Holy shit.
Watch your mouth.
Sorry. Holy crap. He got in the box. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were on yet, Chris.
I see two critters. Oh. Oof. I think it's still bleeding. Yeah, I can feel it. Hello, Mike. It's a good thing I didn't start the stream earlier. You guys would have saw blood splatter everywhere. Random nosebleed. Fun, fun, fun. Who knows? You'd have to get into the mind of Putin to figure out what he wants. Maybe he thinks now's a good time because the U.S. is going to be pacifist about it. I don't know. Well, most leaders are mad by definition. It's just every now and then they make you you know, patently aware of it. It's like, oh, did you forget I'm a wacko? I think I finally got one to work. Although I don't know if my openings are sealed or not. It's still collapsed a little bit. But this one might... Oh, that one's actually intact. This one might actually work. New Mexico is pretty good. We're starting to finally warm up. Hopefully winter's almost over. Why does it seem so dark in here? Hey, that hole's open. Yeah. but those holes are not open. Yeah, nosebleed. Alright. One slot is open, but the other slots are sealed shut. That tells me that I need to make them bigger. Yeah, blood all over my hands. And the blood just went. Oh shit! Good thing I'm wearing a black shirt. And then this is the closure. Hey, it works. Sort of. That is supposed to go all the way up, and it's not. This, I think, is just too thin. I need to make that thicker. Oh no, I wish. No, that's a resin print. So this goes in here. Oh, it fits. Okay, it does fit. Okay. But I think I tried to add a hexagonal matrix. You can see I tried to stiffen up the wall inside there by adding a matrix inside, and that did kind of work. That actually worked better than I thought. But there's a bunch of slots in the print that I need to be there, and those slots aren't there. I only see one slot that came through. So I have a feeling I need to double the thickness of the slots because they're sealing up. And I need to thicken up this the whole thing needs to be thicker. But the idea is for this to be a replacement for this. So I need this battery for my photo downloaders. So I got these devices here. Basically, it's a hard drive with compact flash and an SD card slot and a big screen. So the idea is out in the field, without having to bring a computer or turn on a computer, I can plug the memory card from my camera into this and back up my pictures live in the field. I actually can't even look at the pictures on this because this maxes out at 31 megapixels. And yeah, I got a nosebleed. So anything over 31 megapixels, and this will download it, but it won't read it, which is annoying, and they don't make these anymore, so you can't get updates. But it still works well. The problem is these batteries are starting to go. I mean, these batteries are 10 years old. And so like this one only lasts for like 25-30 minutes, and you can't get replacement batteries anymore. There's no source for replacement batteries any longer. And so I have to make my own replacement batteries. So I feel somebody figured out, well, duh, obviously there's an 18650 cell inside there.
Hi, guys.
And so the problem is there's not much tolerance between the battery and the casing. So I am working on making a replacement casing. So once you get the electronics in there, the battery and stuff, you then close the end of it with this door. Yeah, there's no question it's an 18650. But then you'd use that to close it, and then you'd seal it up, and that would be your replacement battery.
First time I said hi.
I know they heard you. And so now it's just tweaking the design for printability. So I'm making the walls a little too thin, so I got to thicken them up. But does it fit in here? And the answer is it's tight. No, it doesn't want to fit. What's holding it up? There it goes. It's just being a nudge. Looks like I need to make it a little tiny bit smaller, because that is a little too tight going in there. So I got to shrink down this by probably 0.5 millimeter. And that's going to make the wall even thinner, because I can't make the opening any smaller because it just barely fits as it is. So I just got to work on making it so it'll fit. Might be as simple as shaving it a little bit. So.
Alright, Chris, I'm going to feed them and then I'm going back to the room.
Okay. It could be as simple as that. Shave it a little bit. Ooh, that's a tight fit. Yeah, I need the... I might actually make it an open top, where it only comes up so far, and then you just put a piece of tape to hold the battery in. That'll make it easier to print and also easier to get that fit and finish right. That might actually work. What would that look like? Stop trying to roll off the goddamn table. Yeah, they're patiently hungry.
Why is this floor wet?
I don't know.
By your cart.
I don't know. Can you discover why?
I don't know. It's cold. That's all I know.
So I wonder if I leave it an open top like that, because then it'll still cradle the battery in there, and then I just, put a piece of tape on there. That'll make it a lot easier to get to the positive and negative contacts, and should open up the... Oh yeah, much easier. Much easier to get that in and out now. So that might be the way to go. Have an open top cell, and then you just put a single piece of tape to make it stay in place. Yeah, that might be the way to go. I'll have to figure out a new way of closing the end of it. Although this could still work. I would just have to yeah, that still works. We'll just leave that off altogether. Don't need it anymore. Now that's still going to be needed to hold the negative contact against the battery. So that might be what I do. I was hoping to fully replace the battery, but that might just not be feasible. Yeah, I might have to have an open cell like that. Let's close up the alcohol so I don't get it all over the place. My little rinse bucket. Huh. Support came off nice. I tried printing the battery flat with no support, but the suction forces I think were too strong and it kept warping the batteries out. Alright, let's see what's going to be required to do that. Also need to make these channels a little wider. They are not quite wide enough for my nickel strips. Okay. Is it safe to take this out yet? Maybe. Me, I'm printing battery holders. Okay. So we can disassemble this. I put a lot of work into putting that little matrix inside there. That was a pain in the butt to do. So we can get rid of that. Actually, let's duplicate this in case I want to come back to it. Why would you do that? Why? How does that even work? Tinkercad does the strangest things sometimes. Oh, that's right. I had to clear up. How? That sure ain't right. I don't care. Okay. Okay, this slot worked, and that slot is 0.4 millimeters. This slot is probably 0.2, and it did not work. So we're going to make it 0.4. It's like, why? Okay. We gotta change this one. Make it a little bigger. Okay. Oh, really? How come? Okay, so that takes care of those. Now I need to take care of these.
Bless you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good boy. Alright, they ate first.
Yeah, I haven't used the resin printer all winter because it's been too cold. The prints just kept failing. Thank you, Ben.
Chris, I'm going back to my room.
I heard you. Okay. That takes care of that. Whoa. Oh yeah, those were cleanup blocks. So I could take care of those later. Okay. I need to get those slots created. But I have no idea what I'm undoing. Because it's not showing me obviously what it's doing. Oh, that's that right there, okay. Ender Bender? I like the sound of that. Ben said hi, Michelle.
Hi.
Okay, we don't need this anymore. We're going to get rid of this. It keeps changing this back to red. I don't want it freaking red. Okay. There's our slots. Okay. Finally. Now, do those slots go all the way inside? Kinda. Now we can make this. They should have been visible. Let's make them a little wider. Is it just me, or do they do not look like they're doing what I'm telling them to do? Like that says 0.45, but that's very clearly not as wide as this one. What's up with that? Like there's no question that is not as wide. What is this? I don't even know why it's there. What the hell is going on? Oh, these are multi-piece. Wow. Okay. I did. I backed it up just in case I want to go back. What is that?
I'm sorry.
Pasta? Oh, that's cute. Oh, that is cute. You made little pasta buttons for shirts, like shirt buttons.
Oh, God. Cool.
Good luck getting that through the holes in the shirt, but still, that's cool. It's a little cat. It's a, if you guys remember the old days of Nico Cat, which is basically Cat Cat. Alright, now what I want to know is, there is no question that these are thinner than these, yet they both say 0.4 millimeter. Oh, it's at an angle. I think it's at an angle. Oh. But see, that says 0.46, and it's clearly not. And that's because they must be at an angle. Yes, they are. So that's angular width and not actual width. That's a little annoying. Yeah. Much better. Yep. Actually, I think it's N-E-K-O. It's kind of funny. It's called Nico Cat, which basically means cat cat, because Nico is cat in Japanese. Okay. Now we need to put the work plane here so that we can change the thickness of this all to 0.4. So it looks like at the settings that I'm currently using, I cannot do a 0.2 millimeter slot. Okay. And you to be trans, hole, hole, and hole. These all need to be holes. Okay, now I need to make these slots wider. Okay. So this I can bring down to here, since all we're doing is punching a hole in the end. Yeah, I know. Tinkercad is more like Blender. It's a WYSIWYG editor. So you get to manipulate the actual shapes more directly, which for some people like me is easier. A lot easier. Let's see, break this apart again. Oh, I think I got my shapes finally. Nope. Yeah, there it is. Well, that's the thing though. I know CAD. I just don't know the UI of Fusion. It's a pain in the ass. Okay. So I should be able to break these apart. Yes. I should be able to break these apart. Why won't you deselect? There we go. I really need to sit down and learn Fusion one of these days. I mean, making this is easier in Tinkercad, but editing it. No, well, Fusion 360 is a love-hate relationship. It's wonderful and it sucks at the same time. It's so powerful, but the UI is so ass backwards. It's like, I keep hoping that, they'll learn from Tinkercad and move some of the intuitive UI that exists in Tinkercad into Fusion. Like some things that are just so easy in Tinkercad are so damned hard in Fusion. Well, no, it's not like, oh yeah. It's like, oh, they did it that way. And then you have to, because it's not intuitive, you have to remember that particular weird way they did it. I mean, like here, do this. Select both. Center, center, center. Do that in Fusion. It's a fucking pain in the ass. You gotta create, was it construction lines? And then you gotta align the two parts based on that construction line. It's like just doing this simple task of centering one shape inside of another shape it take like this in Tinkercad, and it's a pain in the ass in Fusion. Now I understand why. Well, partially I understand why. In Tinkercad, you're modifying objects. That's why I said Tinkercad's like Blender. Tinkercad is the Blender of CAD. With Tinkercad, I'm manipulating objects and shapes. While in Fusion, you're not. You're not messing with shapes in Fusion. You're messing with instructions and codes that result in shapes. And understanding that doesn't make it any easier. Now I get it. I understand why they have to do that, because that's how you make things parametric. That's how you're able to go back 100 steps, make a change, and then have it incorporate that change 100 steps in the future without you having to do what I'm doing now, undo 100 steps. I understand that, but why can't they put a UI layer over top of that to make it more intuitive? I guess that's the hard part. And, well, like for example, even just beveling an edge. So if I wanna make a beveled edge, like if I wanna put this kind of a beveled edge onto this surface, that's a pain in the ass in Tinkercad, because the only way to do it is to take a circle, put it inside of a square like that, turn that into a hole, merge those two together, then turn this into a hole, and use it to put a beveled edge on a surface. That's the only way to do that. And if your shape is not a straight edge, forget it. You can't do it in Tinkercad. But the flip side is, you know, I can make this without having to spend the next month learning how to make this. And it's Fusion is superior. It's still a pain in the ass. If you're using it for commercial purposes, then yes, you need to pay. But if you're doing it for non-commercial purposes, Fusion is free. And I believe commercial is defined, so it's not as simple as, oh, you make money, you have to pay. I think it's $100 grand a year. And you have to remember little tricks like this. Like if I want to keep the relative position, I have to add half to each end to keep the relative positions correct. And I'm okay with that. Okay. See, now this editing that I'm doing would be so much easier in Fusion if you knew how to do it. If you don't know how to do it, well, it's pointless. Did I screw that up somehow? Oh, yeah, I don't need to change that one. I mean, there's no question Fusion is superior, but it's not easy. Pretty good, Maker Viking. How are you doing? Happy victims today. I'm all about keeping victims happy. Be happy or be dinner. Okay, let's combine this, and this, since I am done that stage. Yeah, there's no way to basically take with Fusion you have a timeline, and with Tinkercad you have a timeline. But with Fusion, I can take, I can Iron Man style and go and break apart that timeline and go zit, grab this, edit this, and then it will incorporate that edit to the end of the timeline again. While with Tinkercad, you have to actually go bump, 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 bump back in the timeline, and then hopefully redo those steps in that timeline like you're seeing me do now. That's a lot easier in Fusion. But you're also going to... Okay, Fusion is... it's going to take you 10 times longer to make something in Fusion. But it'll take 1/100th the time to edit it in the future. So you pay now for easier later. But there's like a simple operation like centering two parts. You can't do it in Fusion. It's like, I just want to center these two parts. All I want to do is make this part centered on this part, and you can't do it. You have to position the two parts relative to the same point, and the problem is figuring out that point. It's see, the thing is, when I make a cone, this is easy to describe. When I make a cone in Tinkercad, I have a cone. But when you use Fusion, you can't make a cone. There is no such thing as a cone. What you have is a construction line, a drawn shape, and then you revolve that shape around that center line. And so you're generating a cone in Fusion. The problem is, why doesn't it allow me to align things based on that center line? Like, give me the center point of this shape and the center point of this shape, and allow me to put those two center points together. Why can't I revolve things around a common center point? There's not. I haven't figured out an easy way to do that yet. It's probably just a matter of me just putting in the grind, putting in the hours necessary to learn how to do it. That's probably all it is. Most likely if I put in the actual time necessary, I'd be able to figure it out. Okay, I want to make this a little thicker. Let's make this 0.2 thicker. So let's just go to 3.8. Let's make this one a little thicker. That one. Nope. That one. There we go. Same 3.8. I want to cut in a little deeper. And then we need to change the dimensions. Change the... Nope. Let's do it the right way. Work plane. Now I can change this to 4.5 and 5. Then we can take this one and we could just make, let's keep it centered. Okay. Same thing here. And then here's the other problem you have in programs like Tinkercad is I can't get to this shape now because it's inside of another shape. So what I have to do is I have to hide this. Grab these two shapes, hide them, and now I can access these shapes, but it's now critical that I not move this. Because if I move these, the hidden shape won't move with it. Just little idiosyncrasies, things you have to remember when dealing with these simpler CAD programs. 4.5. Then you get things like that where you click it and it unclicks. It's like, why? Why did you unclick what I just clicked? Okay, 4.5. We are almost done this. 5. There we go. Now I can bring back those shapes. Okay. I think I got it. Yeah, complex hollow tubing, forget it. You know, simple hollow tubing, easy, but complex tubing, oh man, what a nightmare. Yep, 100% agree with you there. You learn some shortcuts. There are ways around some of the problems, but yeah, some things are just a pain in the ass. Okay, I think I got everything. And I think I can just multi-select all this too. Let's see if I can just select all of this and see what happens. Worst it could do is flip out, right? And it loves changing the color all the time. It's just got to change the color. It's got a hard-on for changing the colors. Yeah, I think it worked. That ain't perfect, but I don't care. Alright, it looks like I cut through there. That slot is substantially larger now. Okay. These are deeper. Good. I think I got it. These don't all line up perfectly. I don't care. Oh, I do need to... Did I fix that? Yeah, I never fixed that. This has got to go all the way to the end, like that. And that should do it. This is a, I have this device here. This is a downloader, basically, for digital cameras. So you take your compact flash card or SD card out of your camera and you dump the contents to the hard drive in this. I'm also going to replace the hard drive in this with an SSD. Well, the problem is these batteries are unobtainium now. I mean, it used to be like any other battery. You could buy this for like $6 on eBay or Amazon. But now I guess the device is old enough that they stopped making these batteries. And so now there's a couple of little companies that make these for like $150 a pop, and I'm not paying that for a $6 battery. Well, ultimately, what's inside of here is an 18650 cell. So I am making my own replacement shell for the 18650 cell. So we'll see how well that works. And then I could take a standard 18650 cell, some nickel strip, and build a new battery pack. What is your fetish with yellow? Ugh. Okay, that cuts out all my grooves. And they're all now 0.4 millimeters thick, so I know it'll print. Now I'm thinking if I make this an open top, I no longer need this. How big is this? That's 19. I think I was able to make this 18.5. Let's do 18.6. Okay. Now I need to align these again. See, this is again something that's so easy in Tinkercad, but then again, if I did this parametrically in Fusion, this probably would be pretty darn easy in Fusion too. Yeah, for real. Like, where's my orange, dirtbag? That means I won't need this anymore. Yeah, I won't need that at all. But what I do need to do is thicken up this wall quite a bit. So let's make this transparent so I can see what I'm doing. Let's make this solid so I can see what I'm doing. Yeah, I need to thicken this up quite a bit. Since we now know it is not thick enough. So let's bring this down to here. There we go. And we are touching the wall, which is what I want. No, it doesn't. No, there's a way around that. Here's a little trick for you in Tinkercad. So let's say I have this object, and I have this object, and I have them centered. Now, let's say I want to put this object on here like this. And I want to center it, but I don't want to move these two parts relative to each other. That's easy. You select this part, Shift, select this part. Then you select your alignment tool. Now, before you touch anything, hold down the Shift key and select your anchor part, meaning the part you don't want to move. So instead of moving both parts relative to each other, it'll keep one part still. So Shift, select the green part. Now when I select the anchor points, it only moves the orange part. And that allows you to center one object relative to another. Come on. So like for example, if I shrink this, but I still want this centered, you don't even have to already group them. But this helps when you have asymmetric parts, or you have a lot of complicated parts that you don't want to merge yet. Like you want to edit, like what I did right here. I want to edit this to be smaller, but I don't want to merge these parts together yet. Select, Shift, select your alignment tool, Shift again, select your anchor, which is the green one. Now when I click this, it only moves the orange piece. That's how you can center one object on another while using an object as an anchor. This is really, really important in Tinkercad because when you do something like, so let's say I'm building a rocket. I'll show you an example of idiosyncrasy in Tinkercad that this fixes. Okay, so let's get this down to 0. I know they're not grouped. That's the point. We're going to do that right now. So here's a trick. So let's say I am building a rocket. And give me my half sphere. Half sphere. How big is this? Really? Okay, so I'm working on a rocket. And now I want to add some fins to the rocket. So I want to create some tomahawk style fins. So they're going to have a nice knife edge profile like that. Kind of like that. Then we chop off a chunk of it. Woo! And we join these two together. Now, I want to have this fin aligned to that rocket. Okay, let's have a couple of, let's have a 5 up. Give me a bottom lip here. We're going to need to make this quite a bit taller. Okay, so now I want to center this fin, but I don't want to move it because the nose cone will then move. So I select, align, select, shift on the orange tube, and then there. Now that fin is centered. Okay. Now the problem is I want to make the fin 3 fins. Okay, so I want 3 fins. Can I center? I think I can do that. Can I do that? Yes, maybe? Where the hell is it putting the fin? Oh, it's all the way inside. Okay. I didn't realize that fin was exactly that size. That's crazy. What's the probability of that fin being exactly 20? It's got to be like 10 to 1 odds. Okay, so here's the interesting part. I want to make these fins 3 of them. So that's 120 degrees. Control D, rotate. 120. And then Control D again. So there's my 3 fins. Well, no, you don't do that. You don't. You can't. Okay, that's not how this works. So now I need to move these fins out. Well, you got to put the work plane on an axis that's not going to fuck them up. So you put the work plane on the end like this, and now I can grab this fin and I can move it up. So it's just embedded inside the rocket like that. And how far did I move that? So I move that to, what is that, 38? Yeah, 38. Now I put the work plane on this one. And do the same thing. Negative 38, which did not work. Why didn't that work? Oh, the height difference in the model. (19.6) from negative 38. We're just going to eyeball it. We just going to eyeball it. I don't care enough. Okay, so here we have our 3 fins, and I'm going to make those 3 fins a group. So there's our rocket. Well, we have a little problem now. I can no longer center anything on this rocket if I build it as a whole object. So once I join, and I need to join, I join these fins to this rocket, I can no longer center anything on this rocket because 3 fins does not form a common center. Now there's 2 ways to do this. One, you can make the fin set symmetrical. So Control D, rotate 180 degrees, which did not work, and I don't know why, because it does not have a common center. But I think I can flip. Control D, flip. Nope, that still didn't work. That's why I usually make 6-fin rockets. So when I first made these fins, you'd make it 6 fins, and you'd create 2 pairs. That makes it symmetrical. But there's another way to do it too. All I have to do is duplicate the tube. Move that down. Now I'll take this and this. That is so not what I wanted to do. There we go. So now I can merge that with that and just leave this tube here as an extra part. So I can now use this tube if I need to center anything else on this. So now if I want to add, I don't know, if I want to add a fancy little ball shape to the rocket, just because it would look cool. Okay, well the problem is I can't center this sphere on this rocket anymore because these fins make it non-symmetrical. Watch what happens. If I take this and this, and I go center, anchor this, now it moves it out here because that's the common center point with the fins. But what I can do is I keep this part here, I can align it relative to this part, and that will get me back to my center point on the whole model. And that's how you'd want to do that. Now to do the fins, what you would do is you would make it a 6-finned rocket, because 6 fins is symmetrical. And you would have a group of 3 and a group of 3, and then you would join those 2 groups of 3 into one group of 6, and now you can center everything. And then when you're all done, you can ungroup the 2 sets of fins and delete the extra set of fins. These are the kind of workarounds you'd have to use in order to do weird things like this in Tinkercad. That actually kind of looks cool. It's dumb, but it kind of looks cool. That's the kind of shit you got to go through. Did you get merged? No, you didn't. Okay. But that's the kind of crap you have to go through in Tinkercad to center things when you normally can't center things. You got to create a common center point. But what if you want to add another set of fins? Like if I want to add a set of like if I want to add a set of these fins up here but smaller, how would you do that? Well, here, I'll show you. So we made our rocket based off of a 2020. So this will be just our guide to make our lives easier. Let's say I want to make some round fins like this. And I want to put those fins on the rocket. Well, I'll show you what I would normally do. So the first thing you would do is create a second fin, Control D, okay, rotate 180 degrees. And there's your set of fins there. But I want those fins lined up on this tube. So let's bring them over here. Okay. So now we want these fins to be 19 millimeters apart. This way they're slightly embedded in the rocket. Take the two of them. You always do, when you need things to be symmetrical around a circle, you do everything in pairs. Why aren't you selecting? Because I hit Control. Okay, so now we have a pair. This pair will center on this tube. So align, and of course you're selecting everything again, you piece of shit. Yeah, see that's a glitch in Tinkercad. I'm very clearly only selecting these two pieces, but it was selecting everything. So you got to change your view, change your angle. You gotta mess with it until you get it to work. So there. Now we're centered here. Now what I can do is I can Control D, and I could rotate. Is it 60 or 100? I think it's 120. And then Control D again. Now I have my group of 6. 6 is symmetrical. That's important. I can now delete this, join these together. Now I cannot center these on this rocket because these fins are going to center on the common center of the two and not the actual center of the rocket. So that's what this extra tube down here is for. This won't stay with the model. This is just here to allow me to center things. So I take this and join it with this alignment, select this as the anchor, and then align. And there you go. Now that group of 6 fins is aligned with the tube. You have to do that kind of stuff because it's because of the limitations of Tinkercad. Now what if I want to make these fins bigger? Well, that gets a little complicated. So what you need to do is you need to separate the fins. You can't just scale them up. Unless, of course, you create matching pairs. What you can do... Here we go. Can I do my shift select? I think I can. So let's say I make these 40. Now, I think that will work on all of them. I think if you shift and select a point, of course it's not letting me pick. There we go. Now I gotta do this point. Shift, select a point, and then make it 40. And it will scale the part. Yeah, it scales it. Okay, that's what you want to do. But you have to use the same control point on each one. Otherwise, you get really messy things happening. But that would give me an even scaling. But of course, this one's all screwed up now. So we will just bring them all down to a common 0 point. And now we're going to want to make this rocket quite a bit bigger. A little longer nose cone. Bring you up to here. Bring you up to here. Lift you up to here. Actually, that looks kind of cool. Like that. Yeah, I like that. And now, when if I wanted this to be a single piece rocket, oh, you son of a bitch! I hit the wrong keys. There we go. Now I select all this, but I don't select my little blue tube, and I join it together. And now I have a rocket. And as long as I don't move this relative to this, as long as I keep this there, I have a common center point that I can use to center anything I want to add onto this rocket. So any kind of addition that I want to add, I can do that by simply keeping this tube here. This tube is just a stand-in for my center point, for when you want to add an asymmetrical shape to a symmetrical shape. Now the solution is, like I showed you before, is you build the fins in pairs. So now if I want to take these and split them apart, now I can do that. Now I can get rid of the extra fins. So if I want to keep the ones that are in line with the big fins, now I can delete these individual fins. And as long as I don't move them, they'll keep their center line. So that's how you would have to do that. There's no other way around that. That is a limitation of Tinkercad. And I actually like this rocket, so I'm going to keep it. I'm going to put it back here, because I want to play with that rocket later on. It's actually kind of looking cool. But this lets you do weird things. Like, for example, if I wanted to, like, 3D printing this doesn't make much sense. Why would you 3D print this? It'd be better to 3D print the fins and use a paper tube. But what if I want to use a complex shape? Well, actually, I was thinking about more than just add the ball back in. I was thinking about make the whole thing a curve. So let's add a sphere. Let's make it a little bit bigger. To give it a little bit more of a fancy shape. Let's lop off a little bit on the bottom here to give me a square bottom. All right. Let's bring that down to 0. Now we're going to center that with my adjustment aid here. Keep you centered there. I like that. Now we delete the orange one. There we go. Now that looks kind of cool. I'm digging that. Get rid of this. Yeah, I'm kind of digging that. Now it's got a nice little cigar shape. What we do is this basically is the stand-in. I can hide it up in there a little bit. That's actually kind of cool. I like that. I might hang on to that. Morning's pretty good here. Blue skies. It's already 68 degrees outside? Hell yeah. Basically, yeah. Yeah, I like that. That's kind of cool. Let's make these 16. Yep, I like it. As long as you use the same plane relative to each model, then you can modify the parts and keep their relative size and position to each other. Much better. Much, much better. I want to make them stick out a little more. Minus 19.6. Yep. There we go. Bring it back. There we go. I like that. That's kind of cool looking. Now, the one thing that you can't do in Tinkercad that kind of annoys me is that you can't split parts. You would think that'd be a pretty easy thing for them to add. But for example, I need this body tube here to be two pieces because I need a nose. So I need a nose piece in order to be able to have the parachute pop out of this. Well, the only way to do that is to split it in two. Or to make a copy. So Control D. So now I have two copies. And what I have to do is I have to create a cut plane where I want the part to split. So probably right about there. And now what's weird is that the only way to do this is to Control D this again and do this. There. Now I have a 2D cut plane. So now I can bring this over here and I have to join these two together. Join these two together, and now I can bring this over here as a separate part. Slightly different shades, we can tell them apart. Align, don't forget to shift select your common part so that it moves relative instead of moving both, and there you go. Now I have a nose cone I can print as a separate piece. That's actually kind of cool model. I like that. I might actually print that. Now the nice thing is you can scale parts without ungrouping them. So I can make the whole model a little over 12 inches tall. So you can do that. That's kind of cool. I like that rocket. And yes, talk about getting sidetracked. You got snow? Where are you at, Crimson? So here's a part where a program like Fusion is so much easier. So I need to block this out, basically. So I need to create a half sphere, 90 degrees. We want this to be 20, I believe it is 20. Yes. So that should be already the correct size. Oh, northern Wisconsin. But, you know something? Wisconsin is freaking beautiful. Cold as fuck in the wintertime, but it is beautiful. Now, keep this position there. Put that there. What I need to do is embiggen, if that's a word. I need to thicken up the shell. And, yeah, see how it's going to fill in all that space, make it thicker? But I need to cut away part of it, just to make my life easier. So we can do that, so they overlap. What I can do is Control D this, make it a hot, oh, I screwed up. But I can fix that. All I gotta do is hide this. There. So Control D that, make it a hole, attach it to this, group it. There. Now it's just a sliver. Bring back the part. Get rid of this for now. Temporarily hide it. Actually, bring it back. Nope. Let's just bring it back. Make this into a solid. Make this now into a hole that's only about this big. So I need my opening. Join. And now I can join this. Join. There. Now it's substantially thicker. And I didn't screw up all my openings on the other end. Much, much thicker. Yeah, I think that'll work. I really should put a plate inside here, make the whole thing a little thicker. Yeah, better. There we go. And shrink it. There we go. Inside. Thank you. Now I need to create a similar one. Control D. Put it up here. Put my surface up here. move this to negative 0.01 to make sure they overlap. And that will thicken up my walls nicely. There. Okay. Why do I only see one there? There should be two. No, that's the second one. But why isn't the first one there? Oh, they're hidden inside. Yeah, they're down there. Okay. Okay. So the idea is I will stick the nickel strip inside this slot here. You can see there's a slot in there. Actually, it'd be easier if I hollow it. So you can see I have slot in here. I'll stick the nickel strip in there, a little drop of glue. The nickel strip will bend around this edge here and go inside the part here. That will secure the nickel strip to this shape, giving me this contact shape that I need. Then the nickel strip will come back out this hole here, go up here, double fold for a 45-degree fold. The nickel strip will go in this slot, around this hump, out this slot, and then the nickel strip will slide into this opening here to secure it in place, assuming it's that flexible. That will give me my positive contact. The negative contact will just go inside of here, bend a bit, go inside of this slot, underneath this table here, all the way to the end, and simply be on here, on this end here, where I will stick the battery. And then we did want to cut this open to simplify the battery installation. So, no, square. One 8.5 by 71. No, it's not 71, it's 65. So let's make it 67, because that's how big the battery is. Alrighty. Center, keep this one. I need to center you this way. And I think that's all I need to center you. I might as well center you this way. Okay. That should be big enough to let the battery slide in there. Okay. That should be big enough to allow the battery to slide in place. Now that also means I don't need this hole on the end. So I have to disassemble this enough to get to that point. Well, why won't you give me the option to... There it goes. Why won't it let me do it? It's like it's still processing. There it goes. It's still doing it. There we go. There it is. So I don't need this anymore. I should just be able to merge all this again. There. That should theoretically work. And that should be thick enough not to fail. Why can't I move this? Oh, it looks like I got rid of my hump. So I need to add that little hump in the middle again. Come on. Then you have this problem in Tinkercad where I can't select that anchor point because it's on top of the fucking box point. See? There's no way to select it. So I have to type in a number because the thing's too stupid to realize I need to grab that point. I think that's too thick. Yeah, I like that. That should work. So you can see here's the slots where they'll come in. The positive terminal will come in here, go back out this slot here, be folded into this channel, go in this slot, wrap around this hump, come back out, fold it down, glued in place. And that will be the positive terminal for the battery. Then the negative terminal will stick in this slot, go in this slot, and then travel underneath this plate here all the way to this end. And then I would simply, double stick tape or glue the negative terminal. I'll wad it up a little bit and stick it right here. And that will be the negative terminal. Now I did make one mistake. I need to make this smaller. Really? Just do what I say. There. Okay. Because this has to stick out enough to touch the button on the end of the cell, depending on if it's a solder cell or a button cell. Okay, that should do it. The ends are nice and thick now. Now, one other thing I could do is clean up my edges a little bit. So this is one of those things that's not easy to do in Tinkercad. clean up your edges. You don't have to. The slicer will eliminate that, but it annoys me, so I want my edges cleaned up. Now, something else we noticed was that these corners were a little too crisp, so I need to chop a little bit off those corners to make it slide into the model a little better. So I want to lop off the little tip of the corners. Just take a little nudge off there. There we go. Just nip it off a tiny bit. There we go. And then I'm going to nip off this corner a little bit. Hey, James White. This will also let me print it on its side, I think. Because it'll handle the elephant's foot. There we go. There. That should give me the clearance I need. You were sort of making a chamfer. Mostly I noticed it was a little tight getting this to slide in. And when I took the knife and cleaned the edges up a little bit, that went away. So I'm adding it now because this will compensate for elephant's foot. Well, with straight edges, chamfers are easy. With complex edges, forget it. Don't even try. You really need like fusion for that. But that should work. And this might print at 0.1 millimeter layer height. This might survive. Everything is thick enough that this might survive 0.1 millimeter. Okay. And I simplified it. I don't need two pieces anymore, which I like. I like not needing two pieces. Although I think I need to chop out this. I think that needs to go away, because that I believe is in the way. No, that's 65 millimeters, and I have extra space, so that should be fine. Okay, I don't need to take that off. That should be it. Yeah, this can be resin. Actually, this might FDM print. There's a slim chance this could FDM print, maybe, now that I've simplified it. But we might try that, since we're going to be putting one of these polycrystalline diamond nozzles from US Synthetics on my Ender 2. So we just might try FDM printing this. But I think I would need a 0.2 millimeter nozzle to make it reliable, especially to make these slots, even though I made the slots quite a bit thicker now. We're going to try slicing it in both, at least. But a lot of these details just would not come out on an FDM print. At least not with enough precision for it to fit properly. If you wanted to print this FDM, what you really wanted... Really, Cat? Really? If you want to FDM print this, printed on its end, like this, in 2 pieces. So this part would be 1 piece, and this part would be 1 piece. This way, the outline, the most precise part, gets you all your shape. But yeah, this would be not fun on FDM. You really want to do resin with this. Okay, that should do it. Export, and it should be a fast print too. No, I haven't. Full size, I have not done that in a while. Okay, let's get rid of that. Downloads, this one. Okay. In theory, this should print. Let's give it a whirl. Let's try to go back to my 0.1 millimeter settings. I have not had good luck with 0.1 millimeters of the gray. It works better with transparent. Let's try a 10-second bottom layer with 3 of them. And then let's do a 3-second intermediate layer. Let's see what that gets me. But just in case, we're going to save it twice. We're going to save this as 0.1 layers. There you go. That should take care of the audio. If your resolution dropped down to 144p, you'll have to change that again. Right, successful. Now let's go back to the 0.05, 6 bottom layers. What did I make? That was 8 seconds. And 2.5. Let's make it 2 seconds. Okay. No, I haven't used lychee. Is it good? Do you like it? I might have to give it a try then. I mean, so far I have no major issue with Cheeto Box except their business practices, which I'm not a fan of. But beyond that, I got no major complaints. Yeah, that's not going to work. That would require insurance, very serious insurance. Plus, I only have 4 seats on the bus. As long as you're not Russian. And remember, this isn't a Russia problem. This is a Vladimir Putin problem. Because even his own people don't like what he's doing. He just beat the shit out of a few thousand of them and put them in jail because they were protesting it. Yeah. Nice guy. Oh yeah, the bus still works fine. I go out once a month and I start it up and run it just to make sure everything stays good. I move it back and forth a little bit to make sure the bearings stay good. Okay. That should do it. Put the spot cam on. There we go. Alright. Now we should be able to pop this into here. Let's go with the 0.1 first. Hopefully I'll be able to make replacement batteries for this. They're rushing to protest. Ah, groan. Oh my God. Actually, if I do this, I can then move this over like this. There we go. That looks pretty good. Oh. Now that's interesting. Nobody's talking about that. Yeah, kind of makes sense. They have no other source of water? Like, none of that water actually... Or do they have a dam? Huh. So why doesn't he just go to NATO for negotiation instead of using his military to invade the place and take it over? You know, I can't help but think that the rest of the world would go, yeah, you got a point. Let's do something about this. Huh. Ukraine doesn't have to be part of NATO. Russia's part of NATO, aren't they? Well, what Day UK just said made sense as well. You know, if Russia created the Crimea problem by taking Crimea from the Ukraine, so, you know, neither side has got clean hands here. Yeah, no, I don't think he does either. He's not stupid. I mean, he's a warmonger, but he's not a moron. Yeah, but people die in war, so how do you... What else can they do? I'm assuming NATO won't help them regarding Crimea, because NATO doesn't want to go up against Russia. So Ukraine might think they don't have a choice. But killing people for water is also stupid. Well, remember, the biggest threat to world peace is the United States, not Russia. Russia doesn't have 1,000 military bases all over the entire planet, and Russia doesn't impoverish, 60% of its population while getting them to pretend they're not. I'm not saying he's a good guy. I doubt he is, but he's also not an idiot. Yeah, there's been a lot of good fuck around and find out videos lately. That's been a trending meme on TikTok. There's been some pretty good ones. Is Biden talking big? The way I've been seeing it, he hasn't been doing nothing. Yeah, I have a TikTok. But oddly enough, I'd never thought about live streaming there. From what I'm gathering, you don't make much money on TikTok. Well, the one thing I tell people, Mark, is that you have to remember, protests never work. At no time in history has a protest on a national scale. On small scale, things are different. But on nation-state scales, protests don't work. The only time protests seem to work is when one of the political parties' objectives aligns with the protesters. And then they'll use the protest to further their own objectives. Like Arab Spring. Arab Spring was a furthering of our own objectives. So we fostered it and helped it because it furthered our own objectives. It didn't work because it worked. No, I didn't watch the State of the Union. I tend not to watch too much politics. I mean, you have sociopathic whack job Trump and you have useless meat sack Biden. There's not much to watch. But maybe now I'll watch it. But he's trying not to start another war. He's trying not to go into another war. That's the problem. And I don't know what the solution is to that. I do not know what the solution is to that. But yeah. What is Cpac? I've heard the term before. I recognize the term, but I've never actually looked up what it means. CPAC. CPAC, Conservative Political Action Conference. Yeah, I can see that. That makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense now. Well, they have a new saber to rattle, a new bell to jingle to distract everybody. Plus, COVID's burned itself out. In January, 80% of the entire population had already had COVID. So they got their herd immunity. It cost us over 1 million lives, but they got their herd immunity. So, idiots all around. What are you gonna do? Yeah, I just saw that. I looked it up. Thank you, Mark. Hey, any of you guys watched the live-action Cowboy Bebop on Netflix? I gotta say, it's pretty damn good. I mean, it's not the cat's meow or anything like that, but it ain't bad. So that's basically what we're going to build. We're basically doing that. This might actually work, except my slots are not clear. So we embiggen the slots. Yeah, so far I'm enjoying it. It's like, damn, they're doing a good job. Pull you back into what? Back into Cowboy Bebop or back into Netflix?
I'm Groot.
I thought it was interesting. And what's the other show I'm watching? Oh, I just watched the Organic Transform pilot series, where they got the young girls or the pilots for the dragons. They basically get swallowed to become the pilot for the dragons. It's so ridiculous. It's hilarious. It's so perfectly Japanese. I think I did watch some Altered Carbon. I don't know. I don't know for sure. I might be thinking of something Love and Robots. I love that one. Oh god, I'm thrilled by that series. But I'll have to check out Altered Carbon as well. Why does this have a red dot on it? Probably that I'm streaming. Of Altered Carbon. Yeah, see, that definitely fits good. Well, as long as they keep doing a good job. I finally watched the Dune movie. It wasn't too bad. I mean, it wasn't breathtaking amazing, but it wasn't that bad. I was pleased with it. Hopefully they actually make the part 2. I need to blow my nose, but I can't because it'll probably bleed again if I blow my nose. I gotta let it heal up before I do it. Find me a good model of Obi-Wan and I'll print it. Yeah, we're assuming, probably correctly, that has an 18650 cell inside, because it's almost exactly the size of an 18650 cell. Hey Epson, how about next time just make it so I insert a goddamn 18650 cell in the device? How about that? Print time 30 minutes. You know, how about next time you just make it so I can insert a goddamn 18650 cell? How about that? Instead of the special fucking proprietary battery. It's like, really? It'll be done in 20 minutes. It's like they have a fetish with proprietary batteries. It's like, it's a literal fetish. Like, they should seek help. They should see a doctor. Let's see how well this one fits. Yeah, see, that's tight. That's real tight. So this new one should fit a lot better. The only thing that bugs me is the there's 3 contacts. You know, this one's positive, this one's negative, but this center one, I don't know what that is, and this actually does have a contact for it. And well, 18650, good or bad, it depends. Well, the fact is, they went to the effort of making a removable battery. A lot of this kind of stuff doesn't come with a removable battery. We're making, I need to make replacements for this. This is a 111A cell. It's for the Epson photo viewers that I use to download my video cameras with. Yep, we're going to be putting one of these on the Ender 2. So that's that whole fancy schmancy kit that they send you. Now, if you buy these from Amazon, you don't get this kit. What you get is this. Ender 5 Pro is a nice machine. You shouldn't have any issues with that. So we figured out it's obviously, I know they're $100, but theoretically, these things are exactly what 3D printing needs. And if you look up on their website, it's actually pretty damn amazing. If it's true. I mean, obviously we don't know if it's true yet. What was that site? Hang on, I'll show you. This stuff right here. Thermal conductivity is better than copper. Yet it doesn't have the problem. Why don't we have copper nozzles? If copper nozzles are that good, why don't we have copper nozzles? Because copper is soft and because copper corrodes. So we have to use brass, which is all the way down here. Now look at the thermal conductivity between brass and polycrystalline diamond. Now look at the thermal expansion. Now thermal expansion, I don't think is that important. It is an issue, but I don't think it's that important because the tolerances on our machine aren't enough for that to matter. But it's still a good thing. Now here's where you do need it. Okay. Well, thermal conductivity, big benefit, especially if they start making bigger nozzles. You make a 1mm nozzle out of this, you don't need a volcano. The thermal conductivity is so good, these should give CHT nozzles a run for their money. Again, in theory. But here, hardness. Can I make that visible to you? Yeah. Look at the hardness compared to even ruby and tungsten carbide and hardened steel. It's not even close. It's got better thermal conductivity and triple the hardness of tungsten carbide and more than double ruby. Oh, by the way, I found a ruby nozzle on Amazon for $20, so I'm grabbing one. And then here's where people who print with nylon, and people who print with PETG might find this interesting. I really hope, I'm actually trying to get them to send CNC Kitchen a set of these nozzles. I really, really want them to send CNC Kitchen. I'd like them to send him 2 sets, because I want him to cut one apart, but I also want him to have a set to play with, because he does such good work. Look at the coefficient of friction compared to any of these other materials. US Synthetic is a US company. It's not a Chinese company. This is not a Chinese company. These are made in America. The coefficient of friction, that's kind of what the coating on the Nozzle X does. Makes the nozzle more slippery. Well, I mean, what's a common problem with PETG? the fucking plastic sticking to the nozzle more than your print, so you end up with boogers. No, these are made in the U.S. They're actually, I think they're made here in Oregon. These are made at, what is it, 1,500 degrees Celsius and 2 million PSI to make them. See, one of the problems you have with the Ruby nozzle, basically the only thing the Ruby nozzle is good for is thermal expansion and hardness. The Ruby nozzle is pretty good with that. You can see the Ruby is even better than tungsten. The problem is the Rubies are a single crystal, which means they can be cleaved. You ever wonder, how do they make a diamond ring if diamond is the hardest thing there is? Well, diamonds are brittle. So they have geometric fault lines. And if you whack it on one of those fault lines, the diamond will split. This is called cleaving. And this is how they make gemstones and stuff like that. If they don't grind it, they cleave it. That's how they used to do it. Well, they get around that with this. And I wondered, why isn't this stuff transparent? If this stuff is diamond, why can't we see through it? That's not diamond plated. That's a chunk of the diamond. And it's surprisingly heavy. Yeah, I bet you do. Well, this is polycrystalline. So they take a bunch. This is much bigger than what they use to make it, but it gives you an idea. You know, it's diamond particles that they then use heat and pressure to sinter into a single part. And the cool thing is, that means all of the geometric fault lines in the diamonds are in random directions. So this is not going to cleave apart. There are people who've run their Ruby nozzle into their glass plate, and they, you know, 1,000 years ago they didn't have lasers, or 500 years ago, they didn't have lasers. But because it's polycrystalline, this won't break. You crash this into glass, it'll break the glass, and this won't break, unlike a Ruby nozzle. And they think, no guarantee, I really hope they can though, because I think this will make an even bigger difference. They think they can make the entire nozzle out of this. Meaning, instead of what they're doing now, which is to insert the diamond nozzle into a brass nozzle, so right now what they do is they insert the diamond nozzle into a brass nozzle. So that tip you see there, which you can't see very well, this one might work better. Yeah. So that tip that you see there, that is the diamond. There it is. Inserted into a brass nozzle. They think they can make the whole diamond, the whole nozzle out of diamond. Now that would be cool. It would be the last nozzle you'd ever have to buy. You would never wear it out. It would be very difficult for you to damage it. It would probably be the last nozzle you'd ever have to buy. Especially for big stuff. Like I want them to make a 1.2 millimeter one of these. I really want a 1.2 millimeter diamond nozzle, or at least a 1 millimeter. Right now it's 0.4, 0.6, and 0.8. And you know something? If these numbers actually work out in real life, well, it's the same price as the diamond nozzle. It's $90. What's an Olsen Ruby cost? Plenty of people bought that. Yeah, you're right. It would be pretty cool as a wedding ring. But you can see ruby is transparent because it's a single crystal. So that's a piece of synthetic ruby. But if these numbers can actually be realized in the printing process, that's pretty significant. I mean, it's almost like it's literally the perfect material for a 3D printer nozzle. You can't, there's nothing better. There's no downsides except for cost. There's only upsides. It's got the best thermal conductivity, it's got the least thermal expansion, it's got the highest hardness, and it's got the lowest coefficient of friction. And not by a little bit, by a lot. I mean, you're talking about going from 160 watt to 543 watt for thermal conductivity. That's 5 times the thermal conductivity of yellow brass. The hardness is double that of ruby, and what's 50 divided by 1.5? A lot. That's what, 35 times harder than brass and twice as hard as ruby? Without the brittle problem? Ew, blood. Dripping from my nose, I guess. Yeah, they are. Well, no, it wouldn't cost that much more. I doubt the cost difference between a solid nozzle and this nozzle here would be that different. Because the material, this isn't what's expensive. The diamonds, contrary to popular belief, diamonds are not valuable. They're commonplace. They're littered all over the place. The problem is there's only 2 or 3 easy places to get them, and there's a whole marketing spiel around them that's bullshit. So synthetic diamonds aren't that expensive. This doesn't cost a lot. I mean, look, they were able to send me this entire chunk right here, and all of this. I mean, that's about how much you'd need to make a nozzle. And they sent it to me in this kit. So clearly, the material isn't what's expensive. What's expensive is the process of making it. And the process of making the nozzle tip is no different than the process of making the entire nozzle. So yeah, it's going to cost a little more, but not that much more. Now the ruby would be crazy expensive because that would have to be somehow machined if you want to make that. And plus ruby has poor thermal conductivity, so you wouldn't want to use ruby. I mean, ruby's got worse thermal conductivity than steel, so you wouldn't want to make a solid ruby nozzle. That would make it worse. You want the brass to absorb the heat. But if these numbers can actually be realized in the printing process, that's incredible. I mean, every one of these numbers is perfect and by a large amount. So I really want them to send CNC Kitchen a set of these so that he can play with these nozzles and really put them through their paces. Because he has the setup already and the wherewithal to do all the testing and whatnot to really, put them through their works. So hopefully, as a matter of fact, I'm going to message them later today and tell them, send a set of these out to CNC Kitchen. He needs a set of these to play with. Yeah, there it is. 2,550 degrees Fahrenheit at 2 million psi. Jesus. Ridiculous how much pressure it takes. I don't know. It's just not my thing, I guess. I never thought about it. But their limitation is 2 by 2 inches, a 2-inch cube. That's the largest object they can make with the diamond, because it's got to fit within their sintering machine. And that little chamber that they heat up with the 1,000,000 psi, it's limited to 2 inches square. 8 minutes. Oh. So, I'm looking forward to doing some PETG prints with it. I think I'm going to put the 0.6 millimeter nozzle on the ender, because I actually want to put the 0.4 on a larger machine, and I want to do lithophanes, because I want to do lithophanes out of PETG because it's more temperature tolerant, it's less likely to warp. But PETG and lithophanes is annoying. Seems like we're missing out on 3D products being built right from the get-go. Well, that's kind of the way the Chinese do it. They throw the spaghetti at the wall and they see what sticks. When you have the kind of infrastructure and back-end support for materials, parts, stuff like that, you can do things differently. Imagine if you were in a city and you can tell one of your employees within walking distance, sometimes within the same building, to go get you parts for this, parts for that, parts for this, and for you to throw something together. And those parts are so god-awful cheap that you don't have to do the R&D to learn how to do it. You can just throw some parts together, see what happens. And then when you see what fails, correct the failure and do it again. The Chinese economic structure allows them to do that. You know, where a company here in the U.S. might spend multiple years in R&D and development to make the product before the first prototype got out the door, a Chinese company will have 10 crappy products shipping around the world, and then product number 11 is going to kick ass. And you're saying, but they wasted 10 products doing it. I was like, yeah, but they got to product 11 in 6 months. While the American company was still on the drawing board. So it's kind of like SpaceX is doing rockets. I mean, do you guys realize they hired plumbing guys to build rockets? They hired plumbers to build rockets, because Eli got the idea, hey, well, what if we made them like water tanks? And so they hired water tank guys to come and make rockets. Now, of course, they blew up. They exploded all over the place, pieces everywhere. But they went from nothing to landing the fucking rocket under its own power in 6 months. It would have taken NASA 10 years to do that. I'm being facetious. I'm not being literal. But it's not too far from the truth. There is a grain of truth to that. He's playing dirty rocketry. You know, I'm not sure what they call it in the industry. I call it dirty rocketry. It's like, you know, what Elon Musk is doing is not that different than what I do when I make these little rockets here. Print it, fly it, splat. Why did it splat? Oh, this part melted. Okay, put a paper tube in it. Print it, fly it, splat. Why did it fail? It went out of control. You know, make it longer. Print it, fly it, splat. It's so cheap for me to make rockets that I can now I have enough experience now where I can look at a rocket and tell you if it's going to be stable. Both. I had smart parents, and I like learning. I'm a jack of all trades, master of none. I love doing shit. Yeah, print it, fly it, splat it, print it, fly it, splat it, print it, fly it. Oh, almost worked. Print it, fly it. Hey, it worked! Yeah, but I got the rocket done in a week instead of 6 months. Do you see the difference? I mean, look at the SLS. Look how long it was and how much money they spent going from idea to to first engine firing, and that failed, and now there's like a 2-year delay before they'll even try to fire the engine again. In the meantime, for what it cost them to fire that engine, Elon completely built Starship. Blew up 4 or 5 of them. Some of those spectacularly blew up, but in like 6 months to a year, he did what NASA couldn't do in 10. And he's doing it by playing dirty rocketry. Build a stupidly, obnoxiously cheap rocket. Who cares if it blows up? We know it's going to blow up, but we're going to learn something from it when it blows up. Okay, now we know why that happened. Make a correction. Do it again. Make a correction. Do it again. He's playing fast and dirty rocketry. And it's working. They just landed their 100th booster. Their 100th orbital class booster. 100 landings. They've got rockets with 8 flights on them. Oh, Facebook hasn't popularized shit. Facebook is garbage. Facebook is doing the opposite. How much can we steal and how much can we get away with? That's what, and how much can we buy? That's what Facebook is doing. They're not making anything. They're just, you know, taking as much as they can, as close to the letter of the law as they can get away with, more if they think they can, and buying as much as they can. The people they're buying are the ones making stuff. They're the ones innovating. No, that might be their slogan, but that's not what they're actually doing. At least not in the same context as dirty rocketry or 3D printers. You know, they're trying to actually make working rockets, and the Chinese are trying to sell a whole lot of printers. You know, the Facebook just wants to take everything. They want to control everything. You know, I'm not a big fan of Facebook. Yeah. People are income sources. That's it. People are sources of profit, and that's all they are. How much can we take from them? Well, one thing about 3D printing is you'll never have a need for nail cutters ever again, because you'll always have a couple dozen of these lying around. Again, I don't think it did. Maybe in the early days, maybe that worked in the early days. Oh, it broke. It failed. Okay, so that was my fault. I never tightened up the freaking. That was stupid. Will it come off in one piece? Yeah. That was dumb. Yeah, I agree. They probably were pretty nimble and daring in their original days. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, that messed up. That was my fault. I forgot to tighten up the the build plate. That was stupid. Made sure it's tight this time. Let's just go with the 05. I know that works. Yeah, that was stupid. I did that last night too. Forgot to tighten up the... she went back in her room. She's doing okay. She should be through with the blood clots pretty soon. It's amazing how long that takes to heal. I guess in Rockford we'd call it print it, fly it, prang it. Because it's called a prang when it... But yeah, print, fly, splat, print, fly, splat. That's what he did. I mean, go back and look at the date of the Starhopper launch, and then the last Starship launch that actually managed to land without blowing up. I mean, look at the time span that passed from Starhopper to Starship. It's ridiculous. They got through that so fast. What is that first light? July 25th, was it 2021? Yeah, 2019. And then so July 26th, 2019, the first Starhopper flight. May 15th doesn't mean shit to me. What was the date? May 15th what? I'm pretty sure it's 2021. Their site's useless. It says, on Wednesday, May 5th, which is absolutely meaningless because in the last 10 years, there have been 10 May 5ths. Now, I'm pretty sure it's 2021. So, in less than a year, probably not. If you've got money to gamble away and you don't care about it, meaning you can afford to lose it, sure, go ahead, have fun. I mean, I have a little bit of Dogecoin just because it's funny. I got like $6 in Dogecoin. But otherwise, to me, stock market is gambling, and I can't afford to gamble, so I can't afford the stock market. I mean, I do have a little bit, and mine have done relatively well, but that's largely luck. You know, I bought stocks that were being destroyed by the pandemic, but were companies that I was confident would survive the pandemic. So I bought Play and I bought AMC. And those are doing well. My 4 GME are doing well too. You know, I bought AMC at $8 or $6 or something like that. So even though they've dropped from 30 to 20, that's still 3.5 times what I paid for them. So that was a smart move, I guess. But the problem is, it's a long-term gamble. I have to wait 2 years before I can take that money out. Because if you take it out in less than 2 years, you pay more taxes. But if I wait 2 years, I pay less taxes. So, will they still be worth more than what I paid for them in another 1.5 years? I don't know. So, I'm the wrong person to ask that. I'm definitely not the right person to be asking about investing in stocks and crypto and stuff like that. There we go. Well, actually, again, I'm the wrong person to ask about this, but now is probably the right time to buy Russian. Because all their shit is tanking. Everything Russia is worthless right now. Well, if that country comes back out of this, it can only go up. I mean, they're basically at zero. It can only go up. So, I mean, if you were able to, now would be the right time to buy Russian stock, because it's going to go up. You know, once this war is beyond, once we're done with this stupid war, you know, and their country gets back to running like normal, and we get back to running like normal, those worthless stocks are going to go whoop. Now, investing in their currency is probably not a smart move, because there's no way of knowing what the government's going to do to fund itself. You know, it might just print money like crazy, which is going to, you know, might destroy the ruble. But, you know, as far as Russian investments, my gut tells me now is a smart time. But I don't have the means, I don't have the money, so I'm not going to do it. I like this rocket. This definitely needs to be taller, though. Yeah, I kind of like that. That's definitely long enough to not be a stability problem. That's a cool looking model. Yeah, I like that. I want to print that. Theoretically, that should print. In theory. That overhang is just barely doable, I think. And this one will actually be harder. That overhang will be a little more aggressive. But theoretically, this whole thing should print in vase mode. Actually, you need robotics people, and you need materials people. That's who you're going to need. Hello, Timothy from Roswell. You want to build homes on Mars? The first one, it depends on how big I made it. Like, this is too big to print on the Ender 2. This is 291. So if I could lower that to maybe there, and then shrank the whole thing. Nope. There. That's small enough to print on the Ender 2. That's small enough to print on the Ender 2. So I could print this on the Ender 2. So maybe we'll try to print this. So how do we want to do it? Okay. How big is this? 23, good. So I could probably put a 13mm motor in this. BT5OD. Let's see. No, I need tubes. See you there, 3D Jeff. Good luck. What? Why would he do that? Yay. .544. .544 inches to millimeter. 13.8. So let's call it 13.86. Let's just go 13.9. Let's see. Or 13.86. Control D. Bring it down. Take this, center, freeze this, drop it there, drop it there. I can now hide this. Good luck, Jeff. Let's see here. Bring that to the 0 mark. Hey, don't mess with me. How tall is this? Let's bring it up to, I guess here would probably be okay. 1 inch. Okay. So now we take that, turn it into a hole, put it here, combine it. That gets us our hole for an 18mm motor, or a 13mm motor. Okay. And then we're going to want to add that hole again up here somewhere. Control D. Bring it up here. Put the hole back in here. Let's make it 20 millimeters tall. There we go. Now I still need to bridge from the inside to the outside. That's going to be a bit more complicated to do. This should all print in vase mode though. Yeah, I can make a rocket out of this. I'll work it up. The top of the build plate is angled so that the resin will run off of the top. So it's shaped like this. When it comes up a little higher, you'll see it. Yeah, this is the longer, I call it the triple 4K, since the resolution is actually 3 times what a 4K UHD screen is, but this is the longer 4K mono. It is fantastic machine. I've had 0 issues from day one with this machine. Very, very impressed with it.
I am Groot. I am Groot.
I keep wondering if I should try to increase my AMC stock without spending any money. It seems like almost every day the stock, drops, 5 to 8%, and then it comes back 5 to 8%. If I could sell it at the $19, $20 mark and buy it at the $14, $15 mark, and do that every day, you know, only risking like the few that I have. Like for example, what's the delta there? Call the delta $4. So I would only have to risk 5 stocks, just 5 shares of AMC, and if I succeeded one time, then I'd have enough cash to buy 1 more share of AMC. And then, you know, if I succeed again, I buy 1 more share of AMC. And by the 3rd time, I'll be able to buy 2 more shares of AMC. And theoretically, I could increase my overall number of shares of AMC if I could figure out how to time it well enough to do that. So, like, you know, let it hit $19, $50, $20, then sell, you know, 5 shares. And then wait until it drops again to $17, $19, you know, $18, or $16, $15, $14. When it hits that $14, $15 mark, buy my shares back plus 1 more. And now I'll have 61 shares instead of 60. Then do the same thing again. And theoretically, I could keep doing that, playing with house money, you know, not playing with my own money. And it'd be annoying. It'd be a pain in the ass. It would take a while. But, you know, in a couple of weeks, if this continued, I could double my number of shares. That's kind of cool. So I'm tempted. Very tempted. I don't think there is any fees. I use Webull and Robinhood, and I don't think they charge any fees. I think you only pay fees when you withdraw. Well, the problem, Ed 101, hey Jeff, the problem, Ed 101, is that that has nothing to do with 3D printing, and then it has everything to do with chemistry. And the problem with it is that these 3D makers are using stuff that already exists. They're not designing their own resins. They're, you know, buying the photopolymers. The resin itself is not what's toxic, really. That's not the problem. It's the photopolymers that are toxic. And that's the one thing the 3D print makers don't make. So it would have to be the market became large enough for one of these chemical companies to put in the work to find something less toxic. Okay. But it seems to happen consistently every day. Like, I get notifications every day, you know, it says, you know, AMC is down 5.6%. AMC is up 9%. AMC is down 5.6%. It's like every day. And I'm wondering if there's any way I can leverage that change that seems to happen daily to increase my number of shares. I mean, it won't make me rich or anything, but, you know, if I can go from 60 shares to 120 shares, and then if it goes back up to $30, you know, that's an extra, you know, that's an extra $700-800? You know, not a lot of money, but it's a lot to me. That's why it's doing it. Yeah, yeah, I know. It's largely gambling. So I would follow the same rules that I follow when I gamble. Don't gamble more than you're willing to lose. The photopolymer is what's toxic. The actual chemical that makes it change from a liquid to a solid. That's a photopolymer. That's the part that reacts to the UV light. That's the part that is toxic. I don't know. We don't even know exactly in what way it's toxic. For example, at a minimum, we know it's sensitivity toxic, meaning you could become sensitized to it. But as far as what is actually poisonous, don't know. Yeah, but if you're only risking 4 or 5 stocks, your maximum loss is what? $15? So even if I fuck it up completely, I only lost $15. And that was $15 that I never put in to begin with. So, like I said, I'm playing with house money. What we need is a sustained bad event that you know they're going to recover from, such as the pandemic. That's why my play stock did so well. It's the one time I took somebody else's advice. The, hang on. Finance, Robinhood. So, like, I bought 3 shares of Love, that is Southwest Airlines, just because I like the airline. You know, they're good people. And, so I bought 3 shares, and I bought it when it was low during the pandemic, so now they're skyrocketing. So, for example, let's see, I don't even know how to tell. Let's see, percent total return. So I've basically I've gained $37.90 on Love, but that's, you know, that's only 3 shares, so it's nothing. And your equity, but I have 555 shares. Well, that's why I won't put money in. You know, when it made sense, like, for example, I was 90% sure AMC Theaters was going to survive the pandemic, and, you know, that was a good investment. I bought them when they were $6. Now they're worth almost 20. You know, so that was, it made sense. But, like, for example, I tried to play the day trading game with Dogecoin, didn't work. I got burned. I only got burned for, like, you know, $5, but still, I got burned. Yeah, that's the addiction part you have to be careful with the gambling. Oh, I gotta buy a little more. Oh, I gotta buy a little more. No, 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 no. Not the way that works. So, for example, when I went to the casino, I'm not big on the gambling. My dad said, try it. I was like, okay, I'll gamble $5 in the slot machines. When this pile of $5 is gone, I'm done. That's it. It doesn't matter how much I lost. Doesn't matter how much I won. When this $5 pile disappears, I'm finished. I ended up winning like $15. But I didn't take the $15 and put it back in the machine, because now you're throwing away what you won. So I had $15 in this pile, and this pile was empty, which means I gained $10. See you later. I'm leaving with my $10. But people who are addicted, they'll keep pouring it in, pouring it in, pouring it in. And they'll get a big up, and then they'll lose it. And they're like, well, I'll get another big up. And they'll take out their credit card and add more money. It's just, it's dumb. Stocks make more sense in weird situations like the pandemic, or if you have a large amount of money to invest, and you're going to invest it for the long term. Like S&P 500, stuff like that. You know, the big conglomerate stocks that are based on the average. You know, our markets do generally tend to go up. But unless you can invest like that, you're just gambling. I mean, it's just, if it was that easy to build up your money, everybody would be doing it. That's just it, though. There's no such thing as being good at day trading. I mean, maybe some people have a knack. Maybe some people have a feeling that pans out. But most of us, it's just gambling. You called in? You know, maybe there is a skill to it. Maybe there's an art to it. I don't know. I'm not going to say there isn't. What I'm saying is, for most of us, it's gambling. And, if you don't go in eyes open with that recognition that it's gambling, you're in for a world of pain. You're in for a big world of pain. So treat it like it is gambling. Ah, yeah, that's the big thing, is the aftermarket trading sometimes does funky things. So yeah, I could see new people in crypto, if they have good instincts, meaning knowing when to get the hell out, like when the cliff is about to drop, if they can get out before that happens, I can see people having a knack for that. But I think the smart move is to only play with house money. So you invest a certain amount, like say you put $100 in. Can you afford it? Yeah, I was going to buy a video game and I was going to go to the movies this weekend. There's your $100. Okay, so it's money you would have lost anyway. If you can maintain the willpower to say, I'm going to play with the $100 and that's it. I'm not going to add any more. Well, some of these... well, let me finish this thought. If you have the willpower to say, okay, $100 on crypto. Now I'm going to fuck with the market. I'm going to day trade with crypto, and I'm going to try to game the highs and lows. Go for it. Have fun. As long as you have the willpower to not put in any more money. As long as you have the willpower to say, the 100 I put in is it. When the timer gets to 0 and the game says game over, I'm not going to put another quarter in the machine. That's it. I'm done. As long as you have the willpower to do that, go for it. Have fun with crypto. Maybe you'll make a couple $100, and the worst you can do is lose $100. Even if you go up to $1,000 and you lose it all, you only lost 100 because you only put in 100 because you were just playing with house money at that point. But if you don't have that willpower, it's called what do we call it? Survivorship bias. Of course, we only hear about the winners, but nobody goes out and saying, "Hey, look at me! I lost $1,000." Most people don't do that, so you only really hear about the winners, and so you have that natural bias built into the reporting of that. That's what I did with these. I had a little bit of money to put in, so I bought. I have a share of Visa, $208. That was a freebie, for signing up. By the way, if you guys sign up for these apps, Robinhood and Webull, especially Webull, I get free stocks if you sign up. So if you want to sign up down below for Webull using my code, then I'll actually get 6 free stocks, which is kind of cool. And I think you get free stocks too when you sign up. But just, if you have a gambling problem, if you have a credit card problem, stay away from stocks. Don't use my link. Don't do anything. Stay away from stocks. Because it's no different than gambling with credit cards and gambling with, poker tables. So if you have a gambling or a credit card problem, stay away from stocks. You do not have the mentality to dabble in that kind of stuff safely. That's why I touched it very gingerly. I wanted to see, am I going to get stupid with this? No, I didn't get stupid with it, so it's okay. But I'm going to work with what I have in there now. I'm not going to add any more cash. That's it. I play with the house money, and that's all I'm going to play with. If I lose it, I lose it. But I'm not going to lose any more. I love tea. You know that the Walmart has a cinnamon spice tea that is shockingly good. But anyway, Conductivity's asked, what are your thoughts on Stalking crypto YouTubers? Some of them are good. For example, I listen to Ask Jimmy. I like him. He's got a good attitude. He seems to give good advice. And he always makes sure to preface his advice with a warning. He warns people, this is gambling, buyer beware. There's no guarantees when it comes to this stuff, and he seems to be pretty upfront and honest about that. And he also seems to know what he's doing. So he's the reason I bought the play stock. I bought Dave & Buster's. He was like, this is definitely a big buy. They're going to come back. They've got the capital to survive the pandemic, and he was right. Same with AMC. AMC was dirt cheap. It was like $5 or $6 a share. So I bought 60 shares. You know, what did that cost me? $250. I spent $250. Now I have $1,200 worth of AMC. So now I can play with that money. And as long as I don't add any more, any gain or loss is house money. Because I'm only in for $250. So anything above $250 is a win. And as long as I don't add any more, I'm not risking any more than my original $250. In fact, the smart move would be to pull out $250 worth, put that money aside, and now it's 100% house money. Win or loss doesn't matter. But you got to be careful. It's very you could lose everything. I mean, you could lose everything. Be careful. Use your brain. The stocks only deal with cash, and they only deal with liquid cash, meaning you transfer money to a stock account, you can't spend it. You have to wait until that money clears. Sometimes they'll clear a small portion of it, but you have to wait till that money clears. So that slows things down a bit, which is good. Is that it gives you time to think, it gives you time to use your brain. But you know, if you're making $15 an hour, don't go dropping $1,000 into the stock market. That's probably a bad idea. If you're making $25 an hour and your house is paid off and your job is secure, okay, dabble, play with it. If you have the willpower to not get out of control with it. Addiction by not stopping, yeah. You know, crypto can be fun to tinker with because your what do you call it? The amount of skin that you have in the game is very low. I mean, you could buy $50 worth of crypto, and that's the cost of going to the arcade for a couple of hours. That's the cost of one Xbox game. You know, so you don't have much skin in the game. Just also remember, pay your taxes. As long as your money never leaves the market, you don't owe anything in taxes. But the moment you cash out, that's income, and you have to pay taxes on it. So if you're up 15% and you cash out, well, you made nothing, buddy, because you're paying 15% in tax. So don't forget, you got to pay your taxes. And there is no, oh, I just won't report it. Now, when you get a 1099 for income from one of these places, the IRS also gets that 1099. They don't ask you. They just send it to the IRS. So the IRS knows. Also, very important. Oh, that's my soda. If you guys send me anything on stuff like, yes, tax on the gains, correct. If you guys send me anything like PayPal, Cash App, etc., Venmo, and whatnot, make sure if you're gifting me money, that you don't send it as goods and services. If you send it as goods and services, it's taxed. Now, if you're buying something from me, make sure you mark it as goods and services, because I owe tax on that. So, you know, if you're just going to, send me $10 for pizza, put it under friends and family. If you're going to send me $10 to buy a battery case, put it under goods and services. Losses only offset future gains if the losses are realized. So if you have stock A and stock B and you cash out both stocks, okay, remember, your gains don't count until you cash out. Your losses also don't count until you cash out. So if both stocks are $10 and this stock goes down $5 and this stock goes up $5, and you cash both out, then you owe no tax, because this loss of $5 will offset this gain of $5. Correct, something to that effect. Now, it's not quite that. I don't know exactly what the taxes are. I know, well, it depends on your tax bracket, and it also depends on how long the stock has matured. So, I think, correct me if I'm wrong on this, I think less than 2 years it counts as income, but after 2 years it counts as capital gains. And capital gains is a lot less than income. Because, for example, income tax, you're going to, let's say you make $22,000 this year in total income. That means you're in the 10% tax bracket. Okay, so you owe 10% on any income past $12,000. And you cash out $100, you make $100 extra. Okay, so how much tax on $100? Well, you're going to pay 15.3% to the federal government for federal income taxes called FICA. You're going to pay 10% to the federal government for federal income taxes called income tax. And then you're also going to, for example, I would also pay 4.5% to the state of New Mexico for income tax. And that's a total of 25, basically 30%. You're paying 30% tax. So $30 of that $100 is tax. However, I believe if it's beyond 2 years, it's now capital gains tax, which is just a flat 15%. So you pay half the tax if you let it mature 2 years, from what I understand, if I read that correctly. This is why rich people pay less in taxes. Because first of all, rich people don't pay revenue tax, they pay income tax. You do not pay income tax, you pay revenue tax. Yeah, sole proprietors under a personal account in the U.S., what I do is I file what's called a Schedule C. And in the U.S., if you have a business that makes money, meaning that's how you make your income, you earn the privilege of paying income tax. Believe me or not, that's a good thing, okay? Because if someone hands me $20, I owe 30% of that to the government. But if someone buys $20 in stuff from me, I only owe 30% on the profit, meaning the income. So I get to subtract my costs. And then what's left over, I pay income tax on. So your average user has to pay revenue tax. They owe the tax on every dime they make. But a business only has to pay tax on their income. And your income is revenue minus, or adding, minus costs equals profit and loss. So a person who goes to McDonald's or goes to the pizza shop and delivers pizza as a W-2 employee will have to pay 30% tax on everything they make past $12,000. But a person who runs their own business and earns that same $10,000 can subtract their mileage. They can subtract their costs. They can subtract their increase for commercial car insurance. They can subtract the cost of their socks and their shoes if it's a walking job, their clipboard, anything like that. They can, any upgrades they make to the car to further their job. Like I bought pizza bags and a car topper. All of that, I was able to subtract that from my income, and I only had to pay tax on what was left. So it's a very big difference being able to run your own business. I think everybody should legit run their own business simply for the ability to pay income tax instead of revenue tax. Because it allows you to write off a lot of things. You have to do it right, because guess who the IRS goes after? They go after you and me, small fries, because we can't fight back. We'll negotiate and pay a penalty because it costs too much to fight. They don't go after the rich guys. But so you got to make sure you keep all your receipts, dot your I's, cross your T's. You have to do everything right, or you're going to be screwed. But it's I mean I pay less in income tax than someone working at McDonald's, just because I'm allowed to pay income tax, while the person at McDonald's has to pay revenue tax. I don't understand what that means. If the business is under a certain amount of total assets, it does not need to be declared. What doesn't need to be declared exactly? In the United States of America, if you earn $1, you have to pay tax on it. There is no, for example, this thing they have where they don't send the 1099 if you make less than $600. Technically, you still have to report the $600. Technically, you're breaking the law if you don't report the $600. So if you only earn $400, technically you're breaking the law by not reporting it. The value of what? Of an asset? Income? Because assets, you want to declare the value. It's the worth. I don't know. I mean, technically, there is no bottom on our taxation in the United States. If you go out and cut somebody's lawn for $20, you owe the government 30% of that. That's just the way our tax system is written up. Even if you're under $12,000, you still owe 15% of that to the government. There's, like, for example, our income, we have a standard deduction of $12,400. So if you only make $12,000, $11,000, $10,000, you don't owe any revenue tax on that. But you still owe federal income tax, what we call FICA tax, which is still just a federal income tax. You still owe the other half of federal income tax on that. You just don't owe the 10%. But you still owe the 15.3% to FICA. And no, you still have to pay FICA as far as I know. As far as I'm aware, if you make $1, you still owe FICA. Unless you could show me where I'm wrong on that. I would love to be wrong on that. But as far as I'm aware, if you make $1, you still owe FICA tax. Back in Pennsylvania, if you made $1, you still owed state income tax. Here in New Mexico, there's a $12,000 standard deduction. Futka. So, our federal income taxes are split into 4 taxes. This is how the Fox News can get away with saying, certain people don't pay any taxes, which is total bullshit. Because they're only counting the W-2 tax. So you have 4 federal income taxes. They're all FITs. They're all federal income taxes. You can call it whatever you want. It's a federal income tax. You have federal income tax Social Security, federal income tax Medicare, federal income tax matching, and federal income tax W-2, 1040, or what I call base, your base FIT. So that's 4 federal income taxes. A lot of people have to pay 7 federal income, or 7 income taxes on every dollar they make. For example, when I was working at Papa John's back in Pennsylvania, I had to pay federal income tax base, federal income tax Social Security, federal income tax Medicare, federal income tax matching, state income tax, local income tax, and county income tax on every dollar I made. Here in New Mexico, I only have to pay the 4 federal income taxes plus state income tax on anything past $12,000. So here in New Mexico, the taxes are a lot lower. Oh, we haven't even gotten to the fact that if you save the money, they tax you. If you give away the money, they tax you. If you buy something, they tax you. If you sell the thing that you already paid taxes on 8 times, they tax you again. It should not be legal for them to force anybody to pay any tax whatsoever when I sell this phone used, because I already paid the tax on the full market value of this phone when I bought it. The very idea that someone else has to pay more tax when the tax was already paid is preposterous. The idea that I have to pay tax on a used car when the person who bought the car already paid the tax on it is flat out disgusting. What are you going to do? You try to fight them, you're going to lose. But the moment you're a company, the moment you're a business, taxes become a lot harder, but a lot cheaper if you're willing to do the work for it. Because you own, for example, every time I take a load of trash to the dump, not my personal trash, the trash from the kitchen, I can't count that. That's part of my life. But all the trash that I take from running my business, from running this channel, from all that review stuff that I got, I still have loads of cardboard. Every time I go to the dump, it's 24 miles round trip. So 24 times 0.555. This is approximate. It goes up and down every year. $13.32 plus the $5 they charge me. I can deduct $18.32 from my taxes every single time I go to the trash dump. I take at least one business load of trash to the dump every single week. That's $952 I can take off my taxes. And it's most likely more, because there are times where I'll make 2 or 3 trips in one day. But I take at least one load of business garbage to the dump every week. So I get to deduct that from my taxes. When I went and got that boat for Life of the Reese channel, the 7 times that I had to drive into the city of Albuquerque to secure the titles for those damn things, it was a 71-mile round trip. 6 times. 71 times 6 plus the original trip of 147 miles. 573 miles I drove for that goddamn boat. Times 0.555, 55.5 cents a mile. 318 in mileage, plus the 150 for the boat, plus the $12 plus $5 for the titles, which I'll probably have to pay again. That's $485 I can deduct just for those trips. So we're talking $1,700 I can take off of my taxes. I don't have to pay taxes on it. And that does not count against my income. My adjusted gross income is after that. So I can subtract all that. When I went to NSL, that all comes off my taxes. That whole trip. The hotel, food, everything. When we were going into town to do the photo trips that I was making money from, I reported the income, of course. The 2 tows, that I had to get towed out of the mud and the dirt, all comes off my taxes. When we stopped to eat, that comes off my taxes. I can subtract all that. So as a business, as long as you do your paperwork correctly, you can deduct all that from your taxes. Theoretically, I could deduct a percentage of my house from my taxes, because I'm using I'm using 40% of my house for business. I could easily, validly claim 40% of my house for business. But that's a big red flag. When people count a percentage of their home as part of their business, you dramatically increase the chances of you being audited. And since I don't pay mortgage, there's not much tax incentive for me to take that risk, so I don't. All the electricity I use, I get to deduct all that from my taxes. So I have an electric box that records electric usage, and I have individual outlets that record electric usage, so I can tally up the exact amount of electricity I use doing this. I don't even count lighting. I'm just talking about these screens, computers, and printers, the power they consume. I can deduct that from my taxes. As long as you can show receipts, segregating, I can load up on the app saying, hey, printer bank 1, printer bank 2, printer bank 3. The only thing plugged into these meters is my 3D printing stuff, and so I can tally up my electricity for the year, and I can legitimately deduct that from my taxes. So it's a lot of work, but you reduce your tax liability. Amazon paid me $151,000 last year. $148,000 and change was used to buy, all this crap that I got from Vine for review. And since all of this stuff was for review specifically, 100% of it's a write-off. So that just goes away. I don't know anything on it. I do owe taxes on the affiliate income that I got, about $2,000. So I'll have to pay taxes on that, minus whatever I can deduct. So just, you got to play the game. It's annoying when you have to play the game, but it's their game, their rules. Okay, now, how do I want to do this? Okay, this one is on an axis, so we're going to use this one. So let's build a cut tool. We are going to make this 0.1 millimeters. Okay, the correct way to do this is to unlink this. There we go. I need to bring this into here. It has to overlap that one. Like that. It has to come to the top of this. No, it needs to be the bottom of this. And it needs to be... No, I don't want to do that. How do I shape this? I gotta make it thicker so I can grab the horns. So this is going to come up to here. Oh, it could be so hard to make this move. Come on. So I have to bring this up until it touches this pink one. And then it has to touch the top of the yellow one. Seriously? Come on. Come on. It gets so hard to move around sometimes. I gotta go up to the top of this one. No, I don't need it up here. I only need it down here. Yeah, this will 3D print fine. This will 3D print fine. So the only place I need to connect... No, I was doing it wrong. There's not going to be a center tube. There's only going to be a center tube at the bottom and at the top. So this needs to come down to 0. How big is this? This is 30. So this needs to be 30. And then this needs to come over here. Now, is there a way I can connect it on the inside? How do I connect it on the inside? This has nothing to do with Tinkercad. This has to do with complex vase geometry. I want to print this whole thing in vase mode. So in order to do that, there's some complex geometry I have to work out. So I think I can embed it behind the fins. But I think that would actually be harder to do. Okay, I think the first thing I need to do is I need to make the fins conformal to the tube. So we're going to Control D and we're going to hide you. Then we're going to make you transparent. Control D, D, D. Okay. So we just merge each of these with each of these. Three more. Wait till it's finished. Conformal. Am I missing one? Did I create an extra one? I think I created an extra one. Okay. I should be able to just delete this one. bring back the original. There we go. Now these fins are conformal to the body tube. Okay. Now I think I need to align with each of these. I can hide this. There's my 13. Okay. So how do I want to do this? Probably behind each fin. Yeah, probably behind each fin. So I need to intersect the center. And that's 100% fail. What the hell? It didn't stick. Okay. We are outside of the model. So now I need to select this and this. Centering tool. Anchor this. Center it. Okay. Now I think I need to Control D. 120. And Control D again. Okay. So now plane change. Bring this one out here. Align with this fin. Centered. Bring it inside the center. Okay. Now we plane change to this one. Give me you. Bring you out here. Align with this fin. Centered on this fin. Now bring it in. There we go. Okay. Now I think I need to let's just start hiding shit. Why won't you accept my input? There. There. Hide it. Now join this. Okay. Bring it all back. Hide these. Not working. There we go. have no idea what it's doing. It is being slow. Come on. I don't need to hide that. Okay. Now what I need to do is Control D, hide that, make this transparent. Yuck. Ooh, more snotty blood from my nosebleed. Okay. Bring in a square. Bring up the square. Join the square with this. Turn this transparent. Then I get rid of this. I need this to be, nope, the wrong piece, asshole. This one. Wrong piece, asshole. This one. The fuck is your problem? Grab this. Hey, Kevin. Pretty good. Come on. Come on. Wait a minute. Something's wrong. Oh, something is wrong. Oh. Okay, that should do it. So this should combine with this. Okay. Why can't I select that thing in the middle there? And why do I have a bottom where there should be no bottom? There should not be a bottom to this. See, it has a bottom. It shouldn't have a bottom. Should be okay though. Now this is conformal. That should do it. Hide this. And that should result in a conformal fit. And join. I'm trying to make a rocket that is a vase mode printable, where the whole rocket will print in vase mode. We have a failed print here. I was wondering why I didn't hear no sucky sucky. So we need to drain the vat and see what was wrong. stay there. Oh yeah, a little something was on there. That must have been support. Yep. Gotta drain it off. There we go. It's detached. Now I just need to pry it off without breaking anything. There we go. No. Come here. You gotta go somewhere else. There we go. You can go over there. Okay. Kitties are good. We have Ender up in the tree, and Noel is who knows where. Not too much ranting today. I'm trying to minimize the amount of political garbage we get into. Yep, those two little tree supports right there were enough to stop it from connecting. Okay, that's secured. Pour in the clean resin. See that? If you do it right, if you're careful, you can avoid any contact with resin. But you really, really gotta pay attention, because you don't want to get that crap on you. Okay. That should print more reliably. So, let's get back to this. So what I've done here is I've sliced into the model. See how I got these little slits? So that it can go, it can print here. It can, now did I do it right? You can print here, come up here, come out here, up and around, over and in, up and around, over and up and around, over and in. But it can't print. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't quite work. These two of these need to be shorter. Any mono resin printer, which you can get for $250, $300. Any mono screen resin printer, you're good to go. This one's particularly nice because it's very high resolution. It's got a little bit larger print area. But you can get smaller ones, of course, for cheaper. I think this is like $500. But as long as it's got a mono screen, you're good. That's the important part, is making sure you have a mono screen. Okay, I see it fluffing, so it should be working. How does it print? How does it print as far as what kind of quality, or how does it print as far as how much do I like it? Which do you mean? Newbie. Okay. These are what are called MSLA printers. So that's masking stereolithography. Did you ever take photography in school? Did you ever take photography class where you developed your own film and you enlarged and produced your own prints? Have you ever done that? Or do you understand that process? Okay, did you ever use transparencies in school? So the teacher would have a machine with a light in the bottom, and she would have the transparency film, and she would put that transparency film on top of black and white. You're good, you're there, we're there. Now, when you developed your picture, okay, you took the negative, and you put the negative in the top of the enlarger. You then shine light through the negative onto your paper. So you understand that process? You have the basic idea of what's going on there? Wherever more light goes through, you end up with blacker. Wherever less light goes through, you end up with whiter. Well, this printer works exactly the same way, except it's black and white. There's no gray, okay? So there is no gray tones. It's either all black, all white. Okay? So inside of this machine is a screen just like this. It's a liquid crystal screen. Filters, yes. So this screen can either turn on black or it can turn off, which is white. So on would block light. That's what makes it black. Off would allow light to transfer through. That would be clear. Well, imagine taking your layer for a 3D print, one layer. So you slice your 3D print, and each layer is one drawing of the print. Your Ender 3 works by drawing that layer. So that's like a pen plotter in drafting class. It grabs the pen and it draws out the drawing of your house architectural model. The 3D printer does the same thing. It draws a path for that one slice of the model. Well, take that finished slice for one layer and turn it into a black and white picture. Literally a stencil. Okay, so you're drawing a stencil, except in this case, it's just like the a stencil. You want to draw a letter A, you take an A stencil, you put it on the wall, you take your spray paint, and you go, and when you pull the stencil away, you have a letter A. This works exactly the same way, except the stencil is made of a liquid crystal display, and the spray can is an ultraviolet light. Wherever the screen is clear, the light can pass through. Wherever the screen is black, the light can't pass through. So you create a stencil using the screen as the stencil material, and your light passes through wherever it's clear, and when it passes through, it hits the vat of resin. and where whatever resin is touched by the UV light hardens. Now, you have one layer of your 3D print. You then, on these printers, you lift up. Now, there's two plates in there, basically. You have the vat, and you have the aluminum build plate. The vat separates the build plate and the liquid resin from the rest of the printer. It's like a tub. Literally, you can see it right here. It's this tub right here. And at the bottom of this tub is a piece of plastic, a piece of Teflon called FEP, or a FEP sheet. Done correctly, the resin sticks to the aluminum better than it sticks to the FEP, and when the plate lifts up, it tears that resin print off of the FEP sheet, and now you have a single layer stuck to your aluminum plate. The plate then comes back down, but not all the way. It stops a tiny bit higher. That's for your next layer. The light then turns on again after the LCD screen changes to an image of your next layer, the next stencil. The light turns on again. Now the resin hardens, and if it's touching any other resin that's already hardened, it will adhere to that. You now have layer 2. And it does this over and over again. So imagine if you were to use your photo enlarger, but each time you turned on the photo enlarger, on, off, you were building up a 3-dimensional photograph layer by layer by layer by layer. And that's exactly how a masking SLA printer works. Now, one cool thing about how this printer works is it does not have to draw the layer. A more precise style, an older style that uses a laser to draw on the resin, like the what's the company? Formlabs. Formlabs original ones had a laser and a galvanometer attached mirror, and it would literally make the laser and draw on the resin just like your 3D printer does. This printer, however, because it's using a stencil, think about how long it takes you to draw an A versus how long it takes you to put a stencil on the wall and go tsh, and you get the whole A all at once. Just like your enlarger. Your enlarger doesn't draw each part of the picture. You enlarge, you expose for a certain amount of time, and you get the whole entire picture. Well, this works the same way. You're exposing an entire layer simultaneously. Why does that matter? Well, first of all, resolution becomes more difficult because now your resolution is not dictated by how accurately you can move a laser beam on the resin. Now now you are exposing the whole entire layer all at once, like taking a picture or using a photo enlarger. So when your camera goes, it takes the picture all at once. Well, the resin does the same thing. Your limitation is now you don't have the precision of a laser beam that you can place anywhere you want. Now your resolution is limited by the number of pixels in the LCD screen. That's why you see them pushing for 4K and 8K screens in resin printers, because the more pixels I have, the higher the resolution I can make that layer when I expose it. But here's the cool part. With an MSLA printer, complexity is irrelevant to print time. With an Ender 3, if I want to print this, let's say this takes 30 minutes to print. Okay? Well, what if I stick 2 of them on the print bed? Well, now how long does it take to print? Well, 30 minutes to print the first one and 30 minutes to print the second one. So it takes 60 minutes. If I want to print 4 of them, it takes 120 minutes. Now, printing multiple at once means I don't have to come back to the machine every 30 minutes, but it still takes the machine 30 minutes to make each one. So if I want to print 10 of these, it'll take 300 minutes. However, when you are not drawing each individual layer, when you are instead exposing each layer all at once, complexity becomes irrelevant. How long does it take to print 1? 30 minutes. How long does it take to print 2? 30 minutes. How long does it take to print 5? 30 minutes. How long does it take to print 10? 30 minutes, assuming 10 fit on the print bed. Because it's doing the same number of exposures. It just has more pixels that are on or off. So the magic is the combination of mono screens. The reason mono screens are awesome is because they're more durable. The ultraviolet, there's like a 50-watt ultraviolet light underneath this thing. It would destroy your eyeballs if you looked at it. That 50-watt UV light is destructive to the screen. It damages the screen every time you use it. How strong the part is, just like FDM printing, it depends on how you print it, and it depends on what plastic you're using. So a print like this is, relatively good strength for what it is, but it is brittle. So it will crack, especially if it's thin. But you notice this thicker part took a lot more energy to crack. And this thicker part takes even more energy to crack. This is relatively brittle. You can buy resins that are more tough, that have better toughness. You can even get flexible resins, which are a real pain to print with. 0.05, probably good enough for most things. Like printing something like this, perfectly fine. Printing a Dungeons and Dragons miniature might not be enough. Depends. Like it's going to be nice no matter what. But the different resolution screens will change how much detail you can resolve in the model. But then you have to remember something else. How many models do you have that have that kind of detail? Most of the models you have are lower resolution than the printer you're using. So you don't gain a whole lot by increasing the resolution a lot of the time. Doing pretty good, Philip. So this takes an hour to print one of these battery cases. But if I put 2 on the print bed, it still only takes an hour. And I think I might be able to fit 3 if I put them at an angle. If I put it at an angle, it still only takes 1 hour to print 3. So it's pretty neat. It's pretty amazing some stuff you can do with this. And then of course you can get little micro details, super tiny little details that you normally could never get. Like you can see I put the little plus sign. It'd probably be better if I showed you on this one. There you go. See, you get that little plus sign and the little channels. See the little slot and the details? Those are details you can get with resin that are quite a bit more difficult to do with FDM. Not impossible, and they won't look that clean. Because a resin print has layers just like an FDM print does. A lot of people think it doesn't, but it does. It has layers just like an FDM print does. But there's 2 very big differences between FDM layers and resin layers. So the best way to describe this is to draw it. I hope that's not resin. Because there shouldn't have been resin leaking anywhere. So an FDM print, your layers look like this. So when you're printing, your FDM layers look like that, and your resin layers look like that. If it has an RGB screen, no. Not worth it no matter how cheap it is. You want a mono screen. As long as there's a mono screen, that's what you want. So that's the difference between FDM and resin as far as their layer structure. And that's why even when I make a 0.2 millimeter layer height, which is coarse, resin print, it still looks perfect. And that's the reason why. Because each layer is perfectly square. While with resin, each layer is a squished circle sitting next to each other. So you have that Lincoln log style wall on a resin print. No problem. That's part of the fun to me. So that's why people will go with lower layer heights in order to get better quality prints, because you reduce that Lincoln log nature of the walls on a FDM print, and then you actually have the same problem with a resin print as you do with an FDM print. A lot of people get confused by it. If you try to print something, if you try to print something that has a dome, so like you try to print the top of someone's head, even though resin is ridiculously accurate, you are still slicing it into discrete layers. And those discrete layers still have horizontal translation when you move from one layer to the next in order to give you the simulation of a curve. That's why with resin prints we'll go down to 0.02 layer height sometimes if your machine is capable of that. And that's to get rid of that stair-step nature on top curves. Nice. No, I have not. Cpac iBox Mono, huh? Hang on, let me look that up. I like Cpac. I would love it if they sent me one. Commercial grade, huh? Let's see. Print size. Oh, it's not a very big print size. It's 192 by 120 by 200. Same as this. And not as high a resolution, but not bad. 3840 by 2400. That's pretty good. What are they selling it for? Currently unavailable. Okay, here's the big one. There's the big one. Wow, that's only 400 bucks? Makes me wish I had 400 bucks. Check that out. If this is RGB, I don't want it. That might be why it's so cheap, to get rid of the RGB. It says equipped with a 10.1 inch high precision screen, 2K, so it's not a super high resolution screen. The only problem is the fact that it does not say mono implies that it's an RGB screen. I would run away from this. I would not buy this for 400 bucks with an RGB screen. Because that screen is going to fail in a few hundred hours and you need to be able to buy another one. See, if it was a mono screen, they would tell you. The fact that they're not telling you implies that it's an RGB screen. If that had an RGB screen, that would be amazing. 130 watt. How much are the screens and how hard are they to replace? Because that screen is a consumable. It will eat up that screen. You know, 25 pounds for a screen, that's not that bad. You know, that's really not that bad. And 1-year warranty. That's awesome build volume though, Jesus. It's not very high resolution, it's only a 2K screen, which is pretty low res for that size build volume. But then again, remember, as you print larger, you don't need as much resolution. It's when you're printing tiny. That's when you need tons and tons of resolution. But when you're printing larger like this does not need a triple 4K resolution screen. You know, a 1080p panel will print this just fine. But man, $3.99 is so cheap. And it could be here Monday, but I ain't got $400. Wow. So this will print, the screen is 8.5 inches long and a little over 5 inches wide. That is amazing. So the build volume on that machine, I think it's almost as wide as this is long. Yeah, the width on that machine is greater than the length on this machine. That is amazing. That's like 3 of these screens next to each other. That's triple the build volume of this machine. Wow. I could print this rocket. I could print this rocket on that resin printer. Yeah. That's cool. That is very, very cool. Nasty. Is that sticking? Yep. Oh man, that is cool. Maybe I'll have to ping them and see if they'll send me one. Jesus. So this is their new model. This is a mono screen, but this has a build volume more like this. Yeah, 8.9 inch screen. If the video quality doesn't look good, change your resolution. Sometimes when YouTube has an issue, they will downgrade you to like 144p or 240p, so you have to manually click that little gear and change it to 720p or higher. Because I am good here. I have no drop frames. I'm only using 9% of my CPU, and I am pushing 2.6 kilobits per second. 2.6 megabits per second, which is more than good enough for 1080p YouTube streaming. But screw that. I want this one. I want that freaking 10-inch screen. Although this has to have a bigger build volume than it was showing. Yeah, build volume 192 by 120 by 200. So that's 192 is, that's 7 inches. This is pretty big. That's 7 by 5 inches. That's a pretty big build volume. Yeah, that is a pretty big build volume. 192 divided by 25.4. 192 divided by 25.4. Yeah, that's 7. Okay, no, I'm sorry, I was mistaken. That is a big build volume. That's 7.5 inches. By 4.7 inches. So that's 7.5. That's a 7.5 by almost 5. That is a pretty big build volume. So I would definitely go with this. I wonder what this is going to cost. They don't have. It says currently unavailable, so they don't have a cost yet. And it doesn't list what it would cost. Like, there's no... I want to guess $500. Maybe $550. Does anybody mention the price? No one mentions the price, but yeah, this is nice. This 7.5 inches by 4.7 inches. I'd be totally happy with that. Okay, so I messed this up. I cannot do that. What can I do? Let's see. I need to make 2 of these shorter, and that's a little more difficult to do on something like this. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I would do that. What's the best way to go? I'm trying to hide. There's an easy way to do it. I know an easy way to do it, but you're gonna see the seam line. I'm trying to hide the seam line. If I could figure out how to hide the seam line, I'd rather go that route. How could I hide the seam line? What's the best way to hide the seam? Because if I could figure out how to hide the seam, it'll look a lot prettier. What is the best way to make the seam line go away? I guess the best way would be to hug it, because I don't want to compromise the strength of the fins. Let's get it out of the model. I mean, ideally, I want to rotate it 60 degrees. Oh, it's not there. Okay. Better to go individual machine. If you literally only have a tiny desktop space and you're only going to do basic stuff, the Snapmaker is pretty cool. But if you actually want to laser cut stuff and you actually want to CNC stuff, you're going to want a dedicated machine for each. So the Snapmaker is a fantastically built 3D printer, and it's at best a mediocre laser and CNC. Okay, so live with a seam and chop down the other two. That's going to be the smart move. Yeah, smart move is going to be let's bring this down here. Let's break it apart. Okay, I need to create a platform to work with. Now let's put the platform on top of here. Okay. Bring it down to 0. Bring it down to 0. Theoretically, there is a way I could hide the seam behind a fin. The problem is, the way I would do that, so here's how you do a complex vase mode. I actually have a whole video on this if you're interested in that. I like rockets. I like space. So the way complex vase mode works, if I want to connect this circle with this circle, one seam has to cut through, and then the other two seams just touch it. So you do something like this. So that seam has to go all the way through, but these other two just touch the outside. So that allows you to do a vase mode print with an interior and an exterior structure without compromising the model. Now, the problem is when you want to have another structure on the outside of the model. So I could have the outside of the model look like this. This is massively over-exaggerated, but I could make the fin attached to the model like that. And there would actually not be much of a gap there, but the fin would be more flexible. That one fin would be more flexible. And it might be flexible enough to cause a problem when you're going 200 miles an hour. So I'm better off just putting the seam on the outside. I'll figure out some other way of hiding the seam. I could add some structure to the model, like, you know, add decorations to the model there, and then have the seam hide behind that decoration where you can't see it. Where do you insert the cat? I can't fly the cat, man. No vertebrates. They tend to have a bad day when you push them at 40 or 50 Gs. And I like my kitties. I like my kitties a lot. So, how do I want to chop this? How tall is this? 44.69. So I need to remember that. 44.69. So I want to shorten this to make this interaction a little easier. Okay. So we take this. Nope. Nope. Yep. Really? Come on. Okay. No. The chopping it is to okay. The whole point of vase mode printing is that it's faster, it's cleaner. So you get a very, very clean model when you vase mode print. So I need to center this piece with this piece. Align. Hold this one steady. You there and you there. Okay, we're now centered. I can now rejoin these three together as one. It's stronger. Vase mode printing makes it stronger because you no longer have discrete layers. You have one continuous extrusion from one end to the other, and that makes the whole thing much, much stronger. Oh, I know how I can hide it. Maybe. Maybe. Let me think. No, that won't work. Hang on. Let me think. This is part of the fun, is trying to figure out how to make it work. I just realized I broke this too. That's broken now. Because I moved this without moving that. So they're no longer centered anymore. So I'll have to redo that part. No big deal. Okay. I can hide the fins. I don't need them right now. I just need this. Okay, it still pops out all three sides. You know, a simple solution, I just glue the launch lug on top of that spot. Yeah, I could just glue the launch lug right there. And then you'd never know it was there. You got it, Philip. You have a great night. Okay, so how do I want to do this? I think what I need to do is to separate this. Make these solid. At least two of them. Okay. Bring it down to 0. That is 0. Okay. Alright. I can put my layer back here. This is 0, right? Oh, that's not 0. Zero. Okay. Okay, hide this. Hide the fins. Okay. Bring in a box. Let's make it 75 by 75. Any reason you're not moving? Thank you. And I need to make it 32 tall. Then I need to center it. There and there. Okay. Control D, transparent, join with this, cut. Transparent. Work plane down here. Bring this down to the other model. Okay. We are down to the other model. Now here comes the tricky part. Tricky, tricky, tricky. I have to make sure there is a 0.9 millimeter gap. Basically 1 millimeter. I have to do a horizontal translation of 1 millimeter, and I have to do it twice, and I have to do it on the correct plane. How do I do that? Well, first we're going to hide this. Then we're going to put the work plane here. Then we're going to put a square here. That gives me my work plane for that fin. So let's make this orange and make this one orange, so we know those are matched together. Then we put a work plane on this one, and then we put a square on this one and move that one away. Okay, put the work plane back here. Now I have my faces that I need. Bring back the hidden parts. Okay, so I need to move. First, got to duplicate this. Control D. Then I need to use this face. Okay. I grab this. Now I need to make it a relative motion. So I should be able to simply grab this and move it. And we are... That's not what I want. I need to know where it was. That's not going to work. What if I do... What if I do this? It's not giving me... I need a relative movement. How do I get a relative movement? Oh, I know. Move the work plane to here. But no, because now the... Rotate 45 degrees. Nope. Oh, wait a minute. Put the work plane on this face. There we go. Now I have a relative number. Okay, 0.9 millimeters. Now I can move it exactly 0.9 millimeters. Then join it with the orange one. Cut it. There we go. Now we're getting there. Okay. Put it on this work face. Grab this again. Move it. Negative 0.9 millimeters. Merge. There we go. Now, make this a hole again. Make this a hole again. Come on. Sometime today. Bring these all together again. Put the work plane back up here. I've never used 3D Builder yet. I've used it to clean up a model once, but I haven't tried to make anything with it. Bring it back to 0. Now 1 sticks out. And the other 2 do not stick out. That's exactly what I want. Okay, that should work. So now I take this and join it. Come on. Join. There we go. That should be vase mode compatible. Why doesn't it look like it didn't go through? Why didn't it go through? There it is. Alright, it's cutting all the way through. That shouldn't be a problem. There it is. I was looking for that line right there. Okay, I think. Let's see if it worked. You should be able to grab all this. And let's call it Small Vase Rocket. I hate when caps is on. Export STL. Okay. Let's see what it looks like in the slicer. Save. Import model. Download Small Vase Rocket. Delete you. CR6 SE is fine. Let's get rid of this. And we are going to print with 0 top and bottom. 1 perimeter. Spiralize. Ooh, I think it worked. I don't see any zits, and there's the little tiny line. Yeah. So now, you can see, I built that structure inside there. That structure inside there is where the paper tube will go up the center of the rocket. I'm going to have to do the same thing at this end of the rocket to build this structure again, but up here, to align and center that tube and have it built into the design of the model. And that will require another seam, but that's okay. That is a successful vase mode print. So let me show you how that works. Oh no, it's not successful. The fins are being printed separate. That's annoying. I know how to fix that. That's a stupid thing in Tinkercad that should not happen. These parts should be touching. There's no reason for those parts not to be touching. But it's a little bug in Tinkercad, but that I know how to fix that. Okay. So split it apart. We can leave that cut. So let's hide this. Okay. So split it. All I gotta do is get rid of this. That is not what I meant by get rid of this. Because of the other way I was planning to do it, I did this conformal fins. But because I'm not doing that now, I don't need that. I actually need these parts to intersect. Yuck. Damn it. I still got blood coming out. Ew. Nasty. There we go. Hide you. There we go. Now that'll be one piece. Join. I hear good suction, so I know it's printing good. Okay. Remove, file, import models. Give me number 1. Now it should work fine. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. So as you can see here, it can print the entire outside in vase mode uninterrupted, but then when it gets to here, it moves in and then starts printing the inside, but when it moves out from here, it only touches the outside. It doesn't bisect the outside. Then it comes back in, around, out, touches, comes back, around, out, does the outside again. Then it comes inside and does the inside. Then it goes outside, does the outside. That is a successful vase mode print. So that will print all as one single extrusion without any stops whatsoever. Now what I need to do is to duplicate that up here at the top. But I have to create a ladder in order to get to that center. And I have to do that ladder 3 times. Because if I don't do it 3 times, it won't successfully reach the center to be able to form. Actually, I need to do it like 6 times, to be fair, in order to allow it to reach the center. Because I have to create a base with which to form the vase print. So, how do I do that? No, but I will print this at a 0.1 millimeter layer height, because that's a pretty gnarly overhang. See, look at the difference. See, that's not a problem, but look how far out it has to go. See how far out? Now, once it gets out to here, we're okay. But these first 4 layers, that's a no-no. That's not going to work. So what I would do in that case is just print a 0.01 layer height. It's still going to be pretty gnarly, but it should work. Much better. Oh, there it goes. Oh, I did 0.01. Yeah, I only wish my printer could print that fine. I'm surprised it sliced that. No wonder that took so long to slice. That's like better than resin. But there you can see it's a much better angle. It's not as extreme. Now, what I should do is put a little chink in here. That's what I should do.
I'm Groot.
If I really wanted to make sure that printed. But, yeah, maybe I will, because that is going to be pretty gnarly. I'll do that later. I can put a little. If I take off this one, how's the audio now? Okay, how's the audio now? Alright, there we go. Now the audio should be back in sync. You might need to change your resolution again. So what I can do is I can put a little, like, I guess like a chamfer kind of thing. I can make this angle a little less extreme, and that'll take care of that. This is sketchy, but I think it'll work. The step starts off small, so I think that will print okay. It all depends on cooling. As long as I have sufficient cooling, that should print okay. But yeah, that looks nice. And that will only weigh 27 grams. That's light. Okay, now, how do I want to build? How do I want to build? Let's see. How do I want to do this? I think I need to copy this to help me. Okay. How do I want to do this? So I think I want to take this apart. Let's see. I think okay. If I do this, boy, why is that so skewed? Oh yeah. I can do that. Then I can do that. That's not what I wanted you to do. Hey, that looks clean. Ooh, that looks really clean. That one lip looks a little fugly, but it's okay. We can just trim that off. I'm not worried about that. Okay. I mean, theoretically, I know how to fix that, but I'm just not worried about it. Okay, seal this back up. I've never had to replace one yet, except by physically damaging it. As long as you're careful with it and you don't scratch it up and damage it and muck it up, they got a pretty long life. But like I said, I've never had to replace one except after I've physically damaged it. I even had one where I fixed holes by putting tape over the holes, and I kept using it, and it still worked. I had Scotch tape, hole there, hole there, hole there, and just kept using it. They're a lot more durable than people think, as long as you're not stupid about it. Well, that's the nice thing as well, is that you don't have to get the sheets made for your printer. You just have to get the all you have to do is make sure you get one bigger than yours, and you can make it work. Yeah, go crazy on me. What the hell are you doing? Dumbass. It's still doing its crazy shit. Finally. Okay. Okay, so now I want to do, this is fine. I need a cone like this. Let's do 20 by 10. Increase the number of sides. How big is this? This is 13.85. So I need the base radius to be 1/2 13.85. No. Oh shoot, how do I do this? I need 45 degrees. So the top radius needs to be 1/2 13.85. 6.925. Okay. Okay. Zero. Now I should be able to center this with this. Keep this as my fixed center. Okay. Now I need this to probably be 10. Of course it would do that. That does not look like 45 degrees to me. 7. These stupid goddamn fucking notes keep popping up. That looks like a good angle. I can live with that. What is my maximal diameter of the tube? .91. So 34, that's 17. So the base needs to be probably around 15. Okay, so we can make the height bigger now. 15. Okay. That is probably okay. Not what I want. Are you going to deny me a control point? Why don't I have a control point? Because it's freaking hidden inside there. There it is. Nope, that's not it either. No idea what the hell I just changed. Why can't I modify this one? I need that control point right there. But I need it over here. Why the fuck is it giving me a control point there that shouldn't even be there? I don't care. Sometimes Tinkercad just does weird things. Jesus Christ. Oh, for Christ's sake. What is it modifying? Oh. Why does it keep giving me a note instead of letting me type in what I want? Like, where's the note coming from? Okay. I did 3. Where's my third one? Come on. Get with the game. I'm really working this computer hard. That's the problem. Wow. I didn't realize I was working it so hard. How tall? It's probably 10 millimeters is fine. Doesn't need to be tall. I know how to use this. I know how to make it do what I want it to do. Okay, there's the internal structure I need. That should be enough. Control D. Come on down. Okay, how do I want to do this? Let's see. Yeah, I would kill for a offline Tinkercad. Like that was an actual program, I'd kill. Like, give me Tinkercad without the damn web interface. Ah. Okay. So we gotta shave off this little messed up part here. Not a problem. There we go. Okay. Now, are all my slots there? I think they are. Let's test it. Okay, that one's there. That one's there. That one is not there. Why aren't these slots here? These are here. That one's there, that one's there. That one's there. That one's there, that one's there. Did I forget to embiggen those slots? No, I'm pretty sure I did. I just need this one. Yeah, those slots are not there at all. Why isn't that slot there? Where is my tape? Here it is. So I need a little bit more of this. Okay. Embiggen. Okay, that worked. There it is. Now, how am I going to bend it up? I don't know, but it is there. Very nice. So now you can see I can slide that in through there, and it comes out back there. But why didn't these slots form? I may have forgotten to embiggen them because I can't see them. I should be able to see them here, and I can't see them. But I might be able to make it go through. Got it. There we go. Okay. Boy, bending this is going to be tricky. This stuff isn't as flexible as I thought it was. So, like, for example, I have to curve this around like that. And then how do I get it back out? I get it back out like this. So bring it through, flatten it out. There we go. That will work. Then I have to bend it 90 degrees here. Then I have to bend it 45 degrees here. Just like that. Fold it over this way. Like that. Now, how do I get it back in there? That takes care of that. Oh, this is the positive, and that is going where it needs to go. So all I need is a length to go inside here. So I can just snip that there. Okay. So give me a nice crease right there. And then curve this in like that. Nice. Look at that. Done. So there is the, here, let's use this one here. So there's the positive terminal. And it goes inside. Wraps around the end there. That's where the positive of the battery will touch. Okay. And just the folding pressure alone looks like it's going to be enough to hold it all in place. Oh wow, that is very cool. Oh, that looks fantastic. I mean, that looks great. Look at that. Very cool. Now the real trick is going to be the negative. I think I need to cut this on the inside here so I can undo it, allow some to come out, and then redo it again to keep it trapped. You got to waste a lot of it though, because you need to have enough flexibility to get it through everything it needs to go through. So I think I need to curve up, just curve the end a little bit here. I need no jagged edges. Oh, but I can't curve it too much because I've got to get it through this slot here. It's digging in. There we go. So now I need some way of grabbing it there. Probably what I need to do is put a hole in back here so that when I get the negative down there, I can push it up. But maybe I can grab it and help it up. Because this really doesn't want to flex that much. I need to chip out a little bit of this. I need a little bit more space. There we go. That should give me enough space to grab it. And a little wrench. A skinny one. Maybe this will work. Yep, that'll work. Oop, be careful. I know what I need to do. Got it. What I need to do is put a slot on the back of here, and then have a slot on here, feed it back in from this end, and then roll it up. See what I do is I take this little piece here, I gotta roll this up to act as the negative side terminal. Which should work. Okay. Now this, all I gotta do is feed it back through in on itself. Okay. I want a nice clean bend right there. Okay, then we just feed this back in on itself. Get that underneath. Got it. Now it doesn't want to go. It's digging in. There it goes. Got it. There we go. Got it. There's my positive. There's my negative. Might have overdone it. Well, you won't need any for a while. Okay. Okay, well, we don't need all of this. I think I got it. I think it's going to work. This is way too thick. I know why it did that, because it didn't have any support. If I put a little tiny bit of support there, we'll be okay. Okay. Alright, let's see if we get any voltage. .9 volts. So it is electrically connected. Although because this got thickened because of the way it was printing, I don't think it's going to fit inside the shell now. Ooh, don't break it. It does not want to come out. Okay. I need to chop away a little more of this. There we go. All right, let's see if it works. Boy, that's a tight fit. That's a really tight fit. I can trim that down too. Like, this doesn't need to be this tall now. It doesn't need to be anywhere near that tall. Oh, hell yes.
It's too tight. I gotta work on that. But that's an easy fix. Oh, hell yes. Now I'm probably about to destroy it. Because I don't think that's coming out without a decent amount of force. Let's see here. Yeah, that's not coming out without a decent amount of force. Hey, Coffee Tech. If you were sick for 3 weeks, you probably had COVID. Yeah, that's too tight. I gotta work on fit. But beyond that, electrically it worked. Okay. Yeah, I kind of busted it apart getting it out, but it did physically fit. So now we got to shimmy it down until it's not too big. Okay. I think if I take a 1/2 millimeter off each side and lop off the tops a little bit, I think we'll be fine. Yeah, I'm very pleased. That worked amazingly well. I think my entire problem is this is just too thick over here because of the lack of support for that section of the print. I think, matter of fact, I think if I get rid of this section here, I think that right there will do it. Let's get rid of a little bit of this. Me too. Let's see if that's any better. Oh yeah, big difference. The end caps are still too big, but I can fix that. Okay, we can fix this up right now. And I think I have enough resin in there too. I gotta get going soon. It's 4:30. I gotta get to the post office. So, matter of fact, I'm gonna scat and go to the post office. I don't want to miss these packages. So, yeah, that worked. I'm gonna vase print that rocket because I think that's gonna be cool. We're gonna do the U.S. synthetics nozzles next week. We obviously ran out of time. We're going to put a one of these nozzles on the Ender 2, and we're gonna see how well that works out. See how fat I can print on the Ender 2. Maybe I'll throw the 0.8 on there just for shits and giggles. But yeah, the 4 iterations and we got it working. Electrically it works. Now it's just a matter of the only thing I don't like about not having a complete shell is it doesn't hold together strong that way. But once I print this, it should be fine. And now that I think about it, this might FDM print now. How will I print this FDM? If I made the slots a little bigger, it might FDM print, maybe. But resin's good enough. It's going to be a fast resin print. Printer build? What printer build? Oh, that is amazing how well that worked. That is freaking cool. Now, what might also come in handy is to put a slot in back here, or just glue it, a piece of fabric onto the bottom of this, so that I have a pull tab to pull it out with. Oh, I haven't even finished designing it. Yeah, that's a long way off. Because even if I knew how to make one right now, I don't have the money to buy parts, and that's not something where I can take stepper motors and electronics and stuff from the printers that I have, but the actual machine parts, I did get the 10mm rods in, not the rods, the extrusions, the 10mm extrusions. Where are they? And they are impressively rigid. Like, I'm really surprised how rigid they are. So, but building a smaller Ender 2 might be something I can do. That might be doable. Huh. I'd probably have to use an old board, though, because it would be a 12-volt machine, because I'd want to run it off of a 12-volt battery. You know, like one of these. I'd want to run it off of a battery, so it would need to be 12 volts. Because if you're converting to 24, you're going to lose a lot in efficiency there. Because I want to solar power it. Okay, so I'm going to go run to the post office. I think I know how to make this so that it doesn't fail on me. Yeah, I think I know how to do that. If I have it open like this, it might be better to print this as a panel that I can glue in place, so that I can have easy access to run the strand down to the other end without having to break it like I did. Although I could just do what I just did. I could shorten it to give me more room to bend it up. Yeah, I'll do that instead. Because I'd rather keep them. I'm also going to put a line down the middle to make sure that the positive and negative can't touch each other inside. That would be bad. So yeah, I'm definitely going to do that. But yeah, that worked. It freaking worked. It turned on. Next thing is to see, will it charge? I guess we could test that. Ooh. Yeah, this can be made much smaller. Yeah, I'm nipping like 2mm off of this. So that could be made much smaller. Oh yeah, it inserts so much easier. It turns on. Will it charge? Answer is yes. It is charging. So far so good. Okay. And of course, because it's an 18650 cell, you could just pop it out of there and pop it into an 18650 charger. That will work as well. But it will charge in the machine. which is awesome. Now the only downside is that third contact, I think that goes to a thermal sensor. So that might prevent it from overheating. I don't know. I gotta find out. I don't want to destroy this battery to take it apart to find out, because this battery still works. So even though I can now make replacements, I don't want to destroy this. So if I ever come across one of these that doesn't work, because I'm ordering a couple more of these, as I get them cheap, I grab them. If I get a bad one, I'll take it apart and see if there's actually a little thermistor in there. But otherwise, hopefully it's not needed. Alright, I will see you guys later. Thank you very much for joining in. I appreciate it. Next week, we'll do some FDM printing, and I'll let you know how this is going to work out in the meantime.